Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Four Nations Autumn and Winter Split. I am Temporal. I'm joined by Pivotless. Evie, welcome to the show. And, of course,
Hi.
Luna, who's been here a million times before. No super extra introductions needed. We're here for night 2 of the regular split, so a bit of a compressed schedule. And this means we're going to see some new faces today. I'm not sure whether we're going straight into the rosters to introduce those, but we're pretty opinionated, right, ladies? We're ready for tonight.
I mean, I've always been relatively opinionated, so nothing's changed here. You know, we've got a Good Cheese roster on screen here, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting one today all around. I think going into this split, you know, they've kind of rebuilt a lot of a roster around water, and they've had a game already. It probably didn't go slightly to plan, but I think there were definitely some flashes of brilliance in there. So they've given us some positives to talk about, certainly.
All right, Good Cheese roster that we're pretty positive on. Sorry, this is me messing with production and not being quite organized. Got a bit before a sorry I'm scarce, maybe the finest IGN I've ever seen.
It is up there.
That is out there. Sovonix is endorsed mid laner. He's retired to play Watch No Pressure for Chova in the mid lane. Ziffy and AD carry, and of course the aforementioned Water at support. So we've heard Evie's pretty firm, pretty up on these guys. Luna, anything in particular?
I think my eyes are definitely going to be on Water. I mean, known to be one of the standouts from Summer Showdown, was a big reason for a lot of their wins, finding these good angles, finding the amazing team fight flanks, and able to set the team up for success very effectively. We saw the Rakan on Monday, didn't quite work out as they had hoped, got put into a counter matchup into the Poppy as well, so not the easiest matchups to abuse either. The Rakan really doesn't like being stopped from being this slippery kind of I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out, I'm gone again type of champion that he is. So I'd be interested to see if they still stick to this really hyper comfort champion for Water, if they look to branch out, maybe go for a Nautilus, a Leona, the Rel, the other hard engages that we've seen a little bit more recently that can just stay in a fight to allow more space for the rest of the team to succeed.
Okay, and we have had news that Gucci have chosen blue side. I have lost that message, so I hope I remembered it okay for 2 minutes. But over in the red corner tonight, we haven't seen them so far this split. And if broadcasts don't mention how intelligent and humble the coach of Paragon is, there will be big trouble. Okay, Rob, I suppose for tonight.
Intensely
Yeah.
intelligent, potentially the humblest.
Yes.
I keep my mouth shut here. Me and Rob share a lot of the same philosophies on draft, so
Yeah, no, it's always a good time.
I'm happy to take this one because this Paragon roster is one that really does excite me. Because they've lost Refresh to Verdun after what was a really phenomenal run in the last NLC regional promotion series. You know, they fell in a really close 3-2 against Bloodline. They barely missed out on this NLC Division 2 promotion. So they've skipped out on the Sunshine Showdown. They've picked up Kenji from an old Venom Crest roster, had some really strong components. You know, we look at that Venom Crest roster and we've seen a freebie's gone to MCon. He's made a Mia Masters. There were some talents in there, and Kenji clearly one of them. That's why Paragons look to pick him up here. Alongside, of course, Timatopper in the mid lane started to really come into a league of his own going into that regional promotion series. So, you know, they had some time constraints. They skipped the Sunshine Showdown. They did have a chance to play on LAN fairly recently with Kenji, their new top laner. So they're far from unprepared.
Yeah, an exciting time in Paragon. I was casting that series where they did triumph over LCA, and then the fall to Bloodline after felt really rough. Paragon, I think, to excel that, have to have a really deep run here. I'm not sure if winning or sort of making it look less close than less split will really be enough. Huge expectations on the roster. Best of luck to Kenji after moving over. So, we've seen both of the rosters. We're pretty excited, you know, newcomers and top of the league that both look to excel, both look to have a pretty exciting playstyle. From our games on Monday, we got a bit of an impression about Gucci. Now, Evie, you've got some opinions about how that game went.
Yeah, it's, for one, I think me and Luna share this issue, right? In terms of the concern we had watching that game. You're going into a game against Belfast Storm, Synapse Sprinter. is a phenomenal Udyr. That Udyr makes it through there suggests to me that there is potentially a bit of a lack of preparation or potentially some disrespect going on. But that Udyr created some colossal issues in the game. Gucci's early game was actually pretty good. Their lanes in general were looking alright. Mid lane in particular really held down the fort. It was good. It's also a composition that scales quite well into the late game, particularly with Adizea, with the Yone in your solo lanes. So the fact that they looked good in the early game, great signs. There were signs of life there. But then we got into the mid game. You see Udyr starts to just take over sides. We don't have anyone that can answer him. We're overgrouping.
Overloading the sides was the big thing. Luna, was there anything quickly, because we are ready to go to draft in just a moment, was there anything else that you think either really impressed or really soured your opinion of Gucci?
I just feel like there was no direction in their draft. I'll be interested to see how this draft plays out. My point plays perfectly into the fact we're going into draft here, believe it or not. I'm interested to see if they actually have done the preparation for today. They are ready, they are willing, and they have adaptation ready, because there was no direction on Monday.
Right. Talking of direction, we're going to take a swift left turn at 90 degrees because we are not ready to start draft. And we can blame Kenji from Paragon. Unfortunately, you're taking the L here. So I don't know. Coming into a team, showing up late. I don't know. He's not.
It's not a good first impression, is it? Really, that is poor.
I am still very excited for this Paragon roster. I'm not going to lie to you because, I mean, like you said, 4 of these members were here in spring, right? We saw Timotopper make that swap from support to mid lane and have an absolutely stellar swap, no less. The ability that this player showed off the back of coming into this highly mechanical role was unmatched by a lot of mid laners in the league at the time. There was a reason they went to RPS as our second seed. Sack came in, very impressive as well. Last and SnapX, Ex Machina, these 4 players have played together for a long time. They know each other. They can trust each other. Kenji coming in, I believe, was already good friends with Ex Machina. So the dynamic is already there. Kenji, individually, proved to be a very strong player on Venom Crest, and I believe played for Paragon in Division 2, the split prior to them acquiring the Ex Machina roster, along with Fruity Carrots, Brody, and then...
That's a lot more names than I can remember right now.
Yeah.
It's been a long day.
Well done. It was Lutrax and Paul, I think, was mid-support. Don't quote me on that, could be wrong. But we know this is an org that Kenji has played under before. It's an org that he trusts. It's a management that he trusts. It's a coach that he's worked with before, alongside friends in EX, the EXE market players. I'm very excited to see how they do.
We are ready for draft, so we're going to dive on in any second. And we're off to the races. Surprise, surprise, another Paragon top laner eating Camille bands.
Yeah, I mean, it was always interesting to see Kenji go up against Refresh, right? Because this pick was open to both of them, and they're just going to have to take it away.
I've seen Gangplank sort of mentioned, sort of every now and again, had a massive fall from grace after massive nerfs, but has been played in some in-houses recently, has appeared, if not necessarily on an official stage. Is this just Paragon taking out good cheese pocket picks, or is this something we got to keep our eye on for the rest of the split?
Trying to point it's painful. That ban is very interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, so a Taric ban just going out into the open already suggests that you kind of settled on you want to play forward 100%. You wanted to dive into this comp. That or it's a little bit of a wasted ban. So you're sort of telegraphing what your composition wants to do fairly early on.
You mean they don't just fear the incredible Taric jungle sitting below the tier 8 picks on our favorite tier lists? I'm not sure I believe you.
I mean, Sack is also just an exceptionally good Taric player, right? It's something that we saw them pilot. Even when it's not meta, it's very strong. And if this Jin ban comes in, I fear for a Ziggs B1. Gucci didn't take it on Monday. So I'd be interested if they'd be even willing to take this. If they just go for the Yone instead, they're now giving over Ziggs to Paragon, but they're also giving over first pick of the strong jungle pool. So Jarvan, Sejuani was banned, but Jarvan, to a much lesser degree, Maokai, I don't like this champion at the moment, but it's there. Xin Zhao, there are so many strong junglers that you can just take alongside a Ziggs here and completely make your game A-okay. I don't like how much priority we're still seeing on Kaiser with so many better picks in the meta. Again, this Ziggs is open, it's available, and it's flexible, more importantly.
Yeah,
AD carries were nerfed out of the mid lane. Ziggs was not nerfed out of bot lane. If we're
Jhin,
not seeing Ziggs or Hwei taken early, I'm very concerned.
Jin being the big answer, you'd really think that would have moved on over, but the Kaiser and I heard some speech. I'm not sure I totally agree with, but maybe I do. Earlier on in the group, Evie, what is it to be a Kaiser apologist?
To be a Kaiser apologist, right? So consider that this champion is not a fleet footwork user particularly. So this already I like, right? Kaiser, it's not that I love it particularly. I think there are better picks in the meta,
It's
don't get me
certainly
wrong.
inspired. And it's game one
However,
of the season, you know, you're gonna throw some stuff at the wall.
crack on,
See
give me
what-
something exciting, right? So Wukong, extremely adept in terms of finding flanking entrances into team fights. Kaiser loves a dive buddy. Wukong is a fantastic dive buddy for Kaiser, so they have that backline access, but this Amumu with the
Yeah.
Yone is a really strong answer.
Curse of the Sad Mummy into Fate sealed, and the Fate truly is sealed at that point. You are 6 feet in the grave.
So we got some engage. I'm presuming that move is heading towards support just because of the sort of focus on melee supports earlier in the draft and some engage jungle. Could be jungle. What do we pair
So
it up with here?
Amumu's seen a lot of priority as a jungler recently,
Okay.
particularly as a Sejuani answer, though with Sejuani ban, of course, not happening here, but with the Ashe, I mean, they've certainly got their engage tools on lock.
You know what? I actually don't hate
Excite
it,
me.
but I'm gonna be my merchant self here. I think Tom knows what I'm about to say. But there's a better pick than the Ashe here,
Aw.
and it's a little birdie. It's a little birdie that I quite enjoy
Oh,
myself.
I am not sure about Zyre into that many engage tools so far. Second round of bans.
Uh,
Solo lanes are
It's very
flexible
good
and
into
open.
multi-engage tools.
I'm kind of with this one.
There's a threshold passed, and then it's very easy to get the ultimate, and there's nothing else left on the table. Very good at that one escape function. Orianna and Poppy, so solo lanes and the best yordle in the book in the second half. What are we looking towards here? Are we setting up a big R5 top for Paragon? What do we think it's going to be?
So my expectation is this Yone. It's been played top lane by them once already. I think if you're B1ing it, it has to be a flexible pick. So that is certainly, yeah, I like it. I like it a
Kenji played
lot.
a lot of it in spring. He looked very good on it, no less. And with the Poppy gone, you are kind of baiting them into saying, okay, take Rakan again. We don't mind. And Rakan into Kennen is a hellfire of a matchup in the mid to late. It completely stops this Yone from going topside, right? You are going to get about as bullied as you would in the Udyr matchup with no real way to stop it, because the second you both hit 6, you Fate sealed in, he drops Slicing Maelstrom, you are kind of just dead on the spot.
Alright, Gucci have broken their flex, picking up the Scion, and hovering support now for last pick. You've got mid open on Paragon. What is the team atop especially? Have we been setting up for the Star Snake as ever, or do you
Yeah,
think we got something
actually.
new?
Yeah.
I really like the ASOL here. You have 2-3 tanks you got to try and cut into. You're not particularly at threat from this Yone in team fights because you've got a Leona, you've got a Wukong, you've got a Cannon. I'm not a huge fan of the Smolder, both after the nerfs and with what the rest of your composition is trying to do, though.
Just a thought. I think that could be Kennen mid and Smolder top.
Into the Scion, I think.
I think
as
Smolder
long
has
as-
completely
as long
free
as-
lane into Sion. I think Kennen in the short lane against Yone kind of macerates him. I think if that is the flex here, it's really smart.
Alright. Well, Paragon, you can keep that last mystery. We'll figure that out. We are just
Come on,
gonna
Rob.
we're just
Give
gonna
us some
run
spice.
gonna run down our spectator delay, and maybe discuss some of the finer things in the draft. Wukong got raised eyebrows, I think, from all three of us. I think that is something that maybe we wouldn't have at the top of our chart. You know, Xin Zhao was mentioned. That was a huge pick in the NLC promotion series. Monday just gone. We've got like Maokai, Jarvan freshly buffed on the patch as well.
Yeah, I'm incredulous that Jarvan has kind of fallen all the way through here with not a single look in. It's, but I mean,
I can understand it. When you're into Yone, you already have one pick that can get out of Cataclysm very easy, and you don't win the 1v1 against. With a Kai'Sa, you don't want to force her to ult into the Cataclysm, which a lot of the time is what's going to end up happening when you do go in, because you're going to be on top of the person you've knocked up. So I don't think it's so shocking, especially with the Moon then being an amazing answer into Kai'Sa Wukong. What surprised me more is I don't think we really saw SnapX play it much at all. We did see a lot of the Xin Zhao though. So the fact that wasn't taken is baffling to me.
Okay.
I
So-
think the view I have of like your Wukong Xin Zhao is because, like I mentioned prior, both to the cast and also whilst on cast here, right? Kai'Sa loves having a dive buddy. Xin Zhao tends to be better at buying space. Wukong tends to be better at setting you up for that engage. So, especially with a Kennen, right? You're kind of looking to slow play these fights with Smolder at the start whilst Kennen finds his flanking position, and then you kind of snap, and all 4 champions are going at once, right? Then the fights get very fast.
Okay. So
That does
sounds
make me very
sounds
concerned
like
for the Smolder though.
sounds like we're pretty positive on Paragon. We're having a pretty good time. Good Chi. Any strong overarching thoughts? We've got big engage tools, much of the same. Little bit of in and out as well. Is this going to be enough damage, Evie?
Yeah, I think this composition functions a lot better with a bit more of a hyper carry than an Ashe. Yeah, granted, Amumu tends to rush Liandry's right now. You have your magic damage spreaded there, but it's not a lot of damage. You have 3 hulking tanks. And then, Ashe's DPS is decent, but it's nothing to write home about. So Yona's going to have to do some heavy lifting here.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, they kind of got these lookings of a front-to-back composition that they've thrown a Yone in, right? It looks like, again, direction just shifted halfway into the draft, and there wasn't really much thought put into how to make the Yone fit into it from there. It felt like there was just a lot of reckless abandon thrown at this draft. Like, right, what do we got comfort, what do we think works into them type thing. And I'm very concerned that either this Ashe or this Yone are not going to find the value that they need, let alone have enough damage to be able to cut through the armor stacking Wukong and the relatively tanky Leona, while also having havoc rain down on them by a Kennen and a Kai'Sa on top of their faces.
Okay, so less confident on Good Chi. What are your odds? How confident are we in each team? And let's have a prediction as well each, please. Is that Leona? Are you pointing at Leona?
I
Sounds
think
like
it's
a
more just
Paragon
Paragon in general.
Oh,
I
Paragon
think the
in-
composition is. Don't get me wrong. I think Gucci's comp on paper should be fairly easy to execute, but in reality, having that Yone in there again, it takes your front to back team comp and it throws in a. We think this champ is good, so we B1 it. Just because.
I mean, in my mind, it is maybe the best solo laner on the patch and will be
Yes.
throughout Worlds. Whether is
But-
that enough?
in context, right?
Yeah.
In
Okay.
context,
So
whereas
not for the
Paragon's
comp,
comp-
even if it's strong.
Paragon's comp feels like, Smolder is a bit of an addendum to it, but the other 4 core is so strong together that I feel like, assuming this Smolder does go top, it still does make sense, right?
Okay, Luna, nice and quick. Paragon, shoot.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with everything that Evie just said, alongside the fact that even though the Smolder is... I personally don't like it. I don't understand the thought process behind it, regardless if it goes top or mid. And generally speaking, knowing the skill level of the Paragon players, just so incredibly... I very much like what they've got going for them.
All right, casters are ready for game 1. Take it away, and we'll see you afterwards.
You have fun.
I'm good. I just had to jump up, but we're good to go. We're ready. We're excited. Do you have any thoughts on the drafts we've just seen before we jump onto the rifts? Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely excited to see how this plays out. It should just be non-stop fighting left, right, and center, with a little bit of scaling on both sides from the Yone and the Smolder, respectively. Now, Paragon coming in relative favourites, but that doesn't mean that Gucci haven't been known to do upsets. They made quite a deep run in the Summer Showdown and went quite a ways. So maybe?
I think they can hear me now, right? Apparently I was unable to be heard.
Oh no!
Maybe I should have been more active in the audition. My bad. And all I said was this. I totally agree with what you're saying, Luna. Excited for Engage. Bot side's gonna look good. Mid's gonna look good. Top's probably gonna be a little bit safe. Smolder's really good into Scion, I think that was the plan. They want the Smolder to get 3 stacks, because it's so easy to get stacks off a Scion, especially because Scion goes into his Q, he's status, it's a free W for Smolder every time. And bot lane, I mean, listen, we got 2 engaged supports, we've got really aggressive mid lane, really aggressive jungle. It's going to be a good one, Luna.
Oh, I'm definitely excited to see just how early the action gets started. And from what we know of these 2 junglers, they're going to be looking to make impact on the map from the get-go, especially with the champions they've got. So let's get on to the Rift for game number 1. Good Chi up against Paragon, the Titans versus the newcomers. And we'll see just what happens at this level 1.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the infamous weak Alistar level 1, but also Leona incredibly weak level 1. So we may just see a 5-point cover, because none of invades are really looking that tasty. But yeah, like I said, listen, bot lane, it's going to be all over there. I'd be very surprised if we see much top lane. It seems like that Smolder, though, is going
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, I am very interested, to say the least. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Smolder not being top is maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity. Kennen mid is actually incredibly strong. If you look at win rates, Kennen mid is one of the highest. I'm not sure exactly how incredible it is into Yone specifically, but I would assume that, you know, the top lane matchup is pretty even. So mid lane it should be okay too. I just think you want to put the Smolder in the safest possible place, and I think it's safer against that Scion.
Yeah, it absolutely is, but I'm sure there is some theory behind the situation we see here. And honestly, I don't hate this. Giving the Kennen the free lane is also not the worst idea in the world. The Smolder really safe into the Yone because of that flap as well, right? You can dodge away from Q3 as well as that Fate sealed quite effectively. So, pretty interested to see how it plays out from there, and to see if this lane really does just get run away with by Chova, or if Timitopper can temper the storm like we've seen him do so many times.
Yeah, interesting to go for the Aerion Kennen. I think a lot of Kennen players like taking the Conqueror rune into more tanky matchups, and especially because you got literally 2 tanks, jungle and top. But Kenji's gone for the Aerie. It tends to be the all-rounder sort of rune for Kennen. You can't really go wrong with Aerie in most matchups. But so far, so calm. Both junglers completing their first side of their clear. Amumu looking towards the bot side, while SnapX looks towards top.
I don't hate this, right? You want to be getting this Kennen a lead. You know your bot lane is going to scale really effectively. Your mid lane, it's just a safe lane. If you get this Kennen ahead, your team fighting gets so much easier. Now, I have to ask, do you think we're going to see a massive fight over one of these early objectives, or are we just going to see the normal trading based on jungle pathing and lane priorities?
I'm not too sure. I mean, you would assume that obviously top side is going to be more, you know, Kennen getting the push. Obviously, Scion can clear the wave incredibly fast with just 1 Q and it's all gone. I'm not sure if they'll want the Smolder to be fighting that early on necessarily, but then again, it's 3 stacks if the Smolder can survive and play it well. So, in all honesty, I think we'll see a trade of grubs for Drake. I'm just not sure which side will go for which.
I think you don't really want to be giving across grubs to Paragon, is my thinking. Of course, the Kennen, the Wukong, both very good at pushing towers down. Kai'Sa, Smolder, no slouch either. Whereas on the flip side, you're going to struggle to get close enough to the towers to be able to get the grub procs off, right? You've got double melee, solo lanes. You've got Amumu in the jungle. Your Ashe also quite short range, so can't really step into what the opposing side has. So I think, if anything, we are like to see Paragon go for grubs over Good Chi. But it's also a case of denying it from, right?
Yes, definitely. I think that the Scion having grubs is never a bad thing, really, though. You know, he can kill towers so fast, but like you said, you know, range mid, range top, they're going to be hitting the towers up. We see what happens once a team gets 6 grubs. If that is so the case, these towers just die so fast. And yeah, I'm a little bit quiet, but we see Wukong here. SnapX maybe looking for something bot side as his Grand Prix spawns, perhaps?
Certainly could be. We'll have a look, see. Be interested to see if they do look for something anywhere across this map. But it looks like just gonna go for the back to clearing avenue. Of course, Wukong definitely wants to go into this level 6 and Mumu the same. We've got about 15 seconds on this dragon, so if we want to see them do it off rip, we definitely could.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just interested to see the CS bot lane, because I noticed it was a bit high, but Ashe is, well, Xiphi is still clearing minions here. So it's pretty much even across the board. Like you said, we've got Drake coming up really, really soon. Once these big junglers get their level 6s, Cyclone is just so impactful. It'll be really interesting to see if we see a massive, just big on 4v4. Maybe the top laners will roam, maybe a Sion ult. Could be good from base. I'm living in optimisms. I'm living in optimisms, Luna, that there's going to be big, gory, amazing fights with all the ultimates used. It's going to be really even, and we're going to see some great mechanics by these very, very talented players.
I'd say that's a good a hope as any, and gory fights are not few and far between in the UK EL 4 Nations. We have them absolutely every game, whether we expect them or not. So I'm sure you will be delivered upon in this game at some point or another. For now, we are just seeing some small CS leads accrued, nothing too major, as the Dragon started up by Sorry I'm Scouse. So Gucci looking to take this in the early game. You can see SnapX going across to Grubs here, so we are just going to see the standard trade. Chi putting a lot more focus on this early Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, like you mentioned, will they regret that decision? Paragon, we said they want to get these grubs, they want to have these ranged solo laners attacking the tower, and I think they'll be happy with that. As BB...
Just gonna play Annoyance, it would seem, for now. Chova also looking ready to shift up if needs be. Only one grub has gone down for now. I like this interference. Sorry, I'm Scouse now walking up into the river. SnapX still just trying to do something. Kenji has backed, is looking to TP in. The knockup will go down onto SnapX, and Scouse is just going to do the grubs while BB runs SnapX away. A very good rotation coming out from the side of Gucci to be able to secure themselves not one, but two of the grubs, as well as that early dragon.
They were just quicker on the draw.
Ooh, Kenji looking to just ruin BB here. Good flash away. Will be traded. Sorry, I'm Scouse still up towards the top, so I'm not going to be able to catch onto this cannon. Of course, Sion a bit too low to look for anything.
Yeah, I mean, like I was just about to say, Paragon were just quicker on the draw on the Drake. We saw SnapX didn't start Krugs until quite late on, which meant that Sorry I'm Scouse had time to go all the way from Drake, finishing Drake to the grubs, and now we're seeing some interference top lane.
We certainly are. Sorry, I'm Scouse walking in. Maybe still quite low. Kenji, no slicing Maelstrom. Knockup goes wide, as does the bandage toss. Kenji caught up by the curse of the sad mummy, and it will just be first blood quite handily handed across to BB on this Sion.
Yeah, and like we said, like we saw, both top laners trading flashes, and it's Paragon who have to pay the price, sadly. Sorry, I'm Scouse and Good Chi. You know what? They didn't have a great first game, you know, losing to Belfast Storm, but they've come in here, they're being proactive, they're against Paragon, there was doubters. I'm not gonna name any names, but he might be on this cast with me. But there was doubters, and it's great to see the underdog really make an impact here.
Yeah, definitely coming forwards and showing some strength in the early stages of this game. But of course, it is a marathon, not a sprint, unless you can force it to go faster. A good start from Chi. We'll see if it continues throughout the game. They are on a bit of a clock, though. Of course, Smolder is very much the new time bomb champion. You hit a point, and it's hard to play into. We've seen it in Tier 1, we've seen it in Tier 2, we've seen it in Tier 3 so many times since this champion's release. We'll see if that plays true in this game as well. But for now, Chi do have the lead. So we got 700 gold ahead with CS leads pretty much across the board.
Yeah, will we see SnapX try and gank the flashless BB?
Looks like it. Slicing Maelstrom goes down. A good flash to interrupt the ult from BB, and SnapX will get on the board with their first kill. And honestly, giving it across to Wukong, definitely like that.
Paragon's saying anything you can do, Good Chi, we can do as well when it comes to those top lane ganks. Great setup by Kenji with the slice of Nelson, as I said, and they're looking to be back on even footing, you'd hope so, for top lane.
Yeah, should give a lot more agency back to Kenji, but of course this Negatron cloak completed now for BB means that Kenji's damage isn't going to stick quite as well. Timotopper just getting some trading off of Chova after being cancelled on that recall. Some bot lane of Last and Sack moving up to the river to match Zifi and Water. Just looking to get this Scuttle down. Wonder if we could get a check on Smolder stats, please,
Ooh,
observers.
yes, please.
94 at 10 minutes. You can see gold across the board, pretty even. 500 gold lead in top lane in favor of Good Chi, and that's largely where the lead is standing at the moment.
Yeah, this is what you tend to see in these solo Smolder lanes. They kind of try to get about 10 stacks per minute, whereas bot lane it's a little bit more behind, around 7-8. And it's nice to see that Timur is keeping up with that. CS is looking pretty solid around the board. I mean, 10 CS per minute coming in for most laners. And, I mean, we got big objectives coming up soon. What will we see? Will we see that trade again? Remember, there's 2 grubs for Chi and only 1 grub for Paragon. So, what are we going to see there, Luna? I'm not too sure.
It'll be interesting to see Snepex on this top side. Sorry, I'm Scouts looking towards the bot side. Kenji trading with BB in the top lane, but this wave is crashing for them and the mid lane pressure is gone as well. Snepex jumping over the wall to look for these grubs. If you can get all 3 of these, get it to 4, knowing that Sorry I'm Scouts is on the bot lane because they've just tried to backline dive between towers onto your bot lane, so you should be pretty uncontested in getting these. They are going to start up the dragon. I do believe it is a Hextech dragon. We are looking at one of the other souls. The most impactful one is indeed gone, and it's going to be a Chemtech soul going onto the board. No shields, not a lot of healing on either side, but that damage reduction at soul will prove problematic. And Good Chi, they're looking to accelerate themselves to a very early soul.
Yeah, and I just love that Chemtech soul, to be honest. My favourite thing has got to be the plants. You've got the bloom, with it gives the vision, it makes all the wards go down to only 1 HP, and then the massive blast cone burst that you get can make some really interesting, as we see some playing around in the mid lane, but it's not going to come to anything.
Good sidestep during the flap onto that bandage toss from Timotopper means there is nothing to be had. That second bandage toss had landed, however. Sorry, I'm Scouts may have just found themselves a nice little bit of fried dragon for dinner.
TP.
Ooh, there is a TP onto bot lane. Last is there on his own. Sack now arrives. The ultimate goes wide for the ultimate will not last. A flash away into Killer Instinct means they should get out. Water found beautiful engaged. Defense comes out and the exhaust goes down. Last is still walking away. Will go down to ZB's water tanking up the tower. Has dropped the aggro. Now it's onto BB. Sack trying to do anything. So I'm good flash away with people left now. Eclipse is getting them so far through this setup. It will be traded back onto Water. And Zifi can't keep hitting. Sack is still alive. A W will land, a couple autos will go down, and because the turret aggro reset, Zifi happy to just sit and take it as 2 more kills go down on the bot lane.
Starting that fight, you saw BB teleport bot lane. Very, very creative. Don't see that too often since teleport got the change a couple seasons ago, where you couldn't TP onto the minions until 14 minutes. But we saw a very, very weird fight that involved, I'm pretty sure Sack ulted last. I'm not sure if I saw that right, but it looks like he thought the Kai'Sa was on the enemy team, so it completely went wide. And then the dive just went into, I mean, complete pandemonium. You know, Sack is so tanky. They end up losing Water, and luckily, Zippy started a little bit of HP bar to use, and they were able to finish off the Sack kill.
Yeah, I think the ult was aimed at BB, but it was sidestepped away from, which made it a little problematic. But generally speaking, not a terrible situation to be in. But the unstoppable onslaught into flash headbutt pole from Water was just enough to completely stop that play dead in its tracks. We've seen a bit of lane swapping come through now as this Herald has spawned. Bot lane for Good Chi shifting up. See Timotopper going down to match into BB on the bot lane. Kenji taking Chova, but sorry, Scouts has already started this up. Sack is now here, but Last has only just reached mid lane. could just be given over. Sack, River. First tower goes down in favor of Good Chi in the bot lane. Herald is already dead. And Good Chi are starting to find their footing. They're happy to match up to the Titans of our league, our second seed going into the NLC RPS in spring. And they're more than happy to match.
Yeah, I mean, this is completely different to what we saw on Monday when they took on Belfast Storm. They just seemed to be so unaware of the players they were against, so unaware of their one tricks. They were getting hard outplayed on the top side. BB really had that hard time playing into Synapse's Udyr, but he's not got to deal with that this time. I think he's drafted him really well through in top lane.
A lot of damage coming down onto Chover from Kenji here. Gonna use Q3 away. The flash is once again traded. You're not getting lucky with these today, Kenji. Out on a slither is Chover. Kenji still looking. Soul Unbound will dodge away from the last shuriken needed. And what looked to be a solid catch for Kenji just doesn't quite end in a kill.
Yeah, quite unlucky there. Kenji not to find the kill. You saw he tried to use the bonus movement speed he gets from the E to just get that final Q. I don't think it would have been enough anyway, even if it did hit. But now he's finished off that Liandry's and starting on what I think is going to be the Proto Belt. Right? He's going to go Proto Belt.
A lot of Rocket Belt on Cannon recently from memory. Jumping onto Timitopper, this shouldn't end in anything too interesting. Never mind, Timitopper going extremely low off the back of that Soul Unbound. A lot of damage going through. This could be a Proto Belt. I'm not sure. Hextech Alternator builds into a lot of things. Could be, I think it was the not Cosmic Drive. Brain. Nope, it's gone. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, you saw Tim was really close to dying there. I don't think anyone realised, but you see TP's coming in. I think that's a defensive TP from Tim, but Kenji.
Chover again. No, Slicing Ushram is available. Dragon spawning now. Paragon, they control the river. Another tower gone in the top lane in favour of Good Chi. The TP in from BB into the mid lane. Sack was trying to play keep out. Snaphex has started up the Dragon on the Herald has spawned. There's an unstoppable onslaught. It tags on a Timitopper, and Chover's found it as well. 3 ultimates drop, and you killed the Dragon. Kenji will fall as well. Last is taken on the backside. Water keeping the last 2 out. A beautiful fight from Good Chi. They found their angle. They pulled their trigger. They found the Dragon. And he fell. He was slayed on the spot.
It's just not what you want to see from Paragon. You've got BB coming in, driving a car of an ultimate, and there's no roadblocks. There's nothing stopping him. He gets a free route straight onto Timitop, straight onto the Smolder. That's the last champion you want to lose in the fight instantly. And Kenji, nothing he could do. It's just, you want Snapex's clone, you want Sack maybe taking that knot to your Smolder mid.
Absolutely not. Good Chi, they've heard our pleas, they've heard our cries, and they are here to play. Very happy with the current situation, sitting at about a 2,000 gold lead, give or take.
Yes, but you gotta look at those dragons. You gotta look at those stacking dragons. 3 dragons already 17 minutes into the game. Well, 18 minutes now. And you look at these fights. I mean, BB seems at home on this Sion pick. He's finding these angles onto carries that he really shouldn't be finding. His TPs have been so influential. You saw, well, obviously we had the one bot lane earlier this game, and now that one to secure 3rd dragon. If they're able to do that constantly, Paragon may be in trouble.
They certainly could be. We'll see how the rest of this game plays out. Baron up about a half, and 3.5 on the final dragon for Sol. Scaling is coming through though. If we could get another quick check-in on stacks for Timitopper production, that would be awesome. See, never mind, Sack with the engage finds onto Bibi. There goes the ultimate from the Smolder as well. Bibi taking so much damage, but just tanking it up like breakfast. And there's the in for Sorry I'm Scouse. Isn't able to quite get the ult off, but Sack is the first one to fall. Now Water's taking a lot of damage. Scouse able to get away. Chovers able to find Snaphex, ulting into the backline. Can't quite find on anybody else. Finds not on Kenji. And now Laps is caught by Bibi. 4 members fall before Timitopper can get a look in.
And it's just, again, poor target selection from Paragon. They're using all of their first upfront damage onto BB, onto this tanky Scion, who's just able to suck so much of it up. And then you saw Kenji's ultimate just was nothing on the backline, all on the front line, all of these, you know, tanky champions, the Amumu, the Alistar, the Scion. I mean, yes, he's got Leandri's Torment, but if you're just using it on these tanks and you're not finishing off the kills, what is the point of the Slicing Maelstrom? The ult as well from SnapX wasn't, again, really threatening. I don't think Last was able to get any backline access to Zippy at all. So yeah, again, very poorly played by Paragon. They've got to improve that target selection.
Absolutely do, but I'd like to point out Timitopper, 204 stacks we just saw there. Very close to this execute, and once that has come down, these frontliners are really not going to exist for too long. But Kenji, we talked about it in the draft phase on the desk. You need to be able to find these flanks. Scouse forcing out Sack's flash there as well. This stops Siciliano being able to go so deep into the backline that you don't get to play the game. Very difficult situation to be found in this current situation.
Yeah, and then we see both supports trying to set up this Baron vision. Not sure if we'll see a fight around Baron. I mean, if we do see another team fight, Chi have been winning them so far, so they'll probably like that. I mean, 10 kills to 3 with almost a 5k gold lead coming into this. I mean, yes, you've got a Smolder ticking time bomb with the execute, but are Chi so far ahead with 3 Drakes as well that it just won't matter?
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be so careful in these coming fights, but Timitopper back out on the map. There's a wave coming in with 4 stacks left to go. We may just see the dragon grow his wings, his horns extend, and the fires of the ancient dragon bloodline come to pass. Timitopper 225 has been attained, and critical mass is finally on the board.
Yes, as he said, you know, this is when Smolder turns from being a pretty average champion to just on another level. He's able to get this as well in 21 minutes, which is quite impressive. 200 CS, even though his team is struggling, is very, very strong. But so far, Good Chi have been able to find him in every single fight. I mean, they've just got so many tools. And yes, if you have a Smolder who's doing so well, it's amazing to have in team fights, but Good Chi's front to back is just so strong. I mean, this is where you've got to ask the question of Kai'Sa. Do you still want to try and go for backline access, or do you just want to put everything into front to back just to protect that Smolder? And I think they've got to go for the latter.
Certainly do. Kenji tipping into Baron Pit here. Looks like they're happy to play this. City through to mid lane, Timitopper as well. Being pushed out already. The Unstoppable Force is used, as is the Banish Toss onto the clone. Baron is now attacking, but Paragon has been pushed out into the river. To get a bit of poke damage down onto Sack. Nothing's going to come of this, but both of Paragon's TPs we used here in trade of just a Scion ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, you see teams hustling for Baron control, and now they've realized that it's not Baron they need, it's that Ken Tech Soul, as it's started by Scouse. How will Paragon respond to this? Luna!
Find out now. Bibi finding a catch onto Kenji because Kennen is not getting into the backline, and the soul has already gone down. Paragon, they missed their window. They couldn't find the way forward. They weren't even able to get to the river before this objective fell. And now with 5 members strong in this mid lane, the Baron is all but on the cards for Good Chi.
It just looked like a lazy attempt at trying to contest, because you see they had all 5 members now in that bot side, but Scouse with the Andrews, you know, they take these objectives so fast, and now the Baron starts. Will we see a repeat? Surely Paragon have to lie.
They do. It's a Sack going in. Trover the found onto Timitopper though. Has to jump back out immediately. 17 on the damage. But the Sack is going to Kenji's found 4 members with the Slicing Maelstrom. And the AD carry's already dead. He will try to slide for it, and Scouts will fall on the backside. Now Last left alone in the back end of the fight. What are you doing back there, my friend? This is where the next one took all. Timitopper forced out the back end of the fight as well. It looks so good.
It looks so good again, but you've got this amazing Slicing Maelstrom coming in to just 2 tanky members. Abyssal Mask on Scouse, Force of Nature on BB, and even this Alistar is quite tanky. it looked amazing, but the damage just was not there. Maybe he went for Storm Surge in the end. That's what the alternator turned into being. I think he should have gone for maybe a little bit more magic penetration. If that had been a Shadow Flame, if that had been a Void Staff, maybe we would have seen a little bit more damage come through because there's just so much magic resist. Meanwhile, I mean, you sort of had 2 fights going on there. Timmy Top was surviving, luckily. I mean, amazing, right? But what good is that if the rest of your team is dead and failing? I mean, you saw Lasp went for the backline access, but he just doesn't have the damage quite yet. He's only sitting on 2 items, and it's a shame, you know. If you're a team and you have a mindset of, okay, one of the best things that can happen is a 4-man slicing Maelstrom, and then you still lose the team fight and your Smolder's alive. I mean, what that must do for the mentals of Paragon, I don't even know, Luna.
Rough TP from Chova onto the Baron. It's attempt number 2, and Kenji is bot side with no TP. Time has to be bought. Timmy Topper in top lane didn't with BB. Sack and Laugh are in the area. Snaphex behind the pit, but is on so much vision, it's insane. So Wood in the pit, and Mom goes down. Kenji now arriving in this fight. Baron at 3,500, just going to be peeled away from Unstoppable. Onslaught missing everybody. There is no car crash today.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they knew, but Snaphex actually smited the red because it was resetting, so he technically had smite down for about, I'm not sure what the cooldown is it like 10, 15 seconds? 15 seconds. I think that may have been just enough time to just finish off that Baron, but instead they went for the turning of fight because, well, turn to fight because I think they just know the team fights are going so well. I don't know if that was the right decision. Maybe finishing off the Baron would have been smarter.
It's hard to say. I think this rev up was in the bush, so unless they were listening for the specific sound cue of the smite, they would have missed it.
It's those little details, though. I mean, if they did see it, then that was it's a big missed opportunity, as we see now. Attempt number 3, Luna!
Back here again, the Song and Dance. Kenji once again back bot lane, but does have the TP this time, as does BB. The Unstoppable Onslaught is still down, as is the Mom. Baron is melting so fast, though. 5,500 health and still going. Looking for something. There's no vision in the pit, and Water keeping Snaphex out. The arrow will go down, and the objective will be secured. Water now just going to try and walk out with the Unbreakable Will. It's just going to be walked at, but there's no damage. Your tank shredder is not with you. And with 5 Barons, I'd say Good Chi are very happy with that.
Good Chi playing that beautifully. Water using the advantage of being an engaged support to zone out Snaphex. I mean, that is a dream, and especially because he didn't even die. He didn't even come close to dying. He wasn't even below half HP. It's a free Baron for Good Chi. They're now looking at quite a hefty gold lead with Soul, with Chemtech Soul. I mean, Paragon, is it first game jitters? Maybe Good Chi just having that warm-up game on day 1. You know, they didn't look so good. Now, they're really into the swing of things.
We did have the Paragon 01 Comfort Zone in spring, so maybe that's making its reappearance. Maybe Good Chi really just had a rough time against Belfast Storm with that first day. Jitters, we see another tower fall on the top side for the objective bounty, but with a minute and 25 seconds on this Elder Dragon, we're looking at an Elder Flip as Paragon. Your waves, your towers are being shredded as we speak. Timmy Top are trying their best for the mid lane while Laugh and Kenji deal with bot. With both the inhibitor towers being knocked on, your base is but a step from being broken open. Laugh 1v1ing up against BB, 4 members strong in this mid lane. Outside of that, trying to deal with these waves, but with such a short range composition and with the extra resistances that Baron provides, it's hard to do. Snaphex hovering between 2 lanes, looking for a catch onto someone. Of course, Sion can't really step up towards this tower, being a melee champion into a Kai'Sa, but the mid tower will fall, and the arrow goes down onto Kenji and tags. The ultimate misses, and Chobus finds a way in as well. The fate sealed will indeed seal the fate, but a 2-man curse of Sam on the back line of Sap and Last go down as well. Timothy on the last bastion, Snaphex run they can rush away from BB with this ultimate. It's dead as the final 2 tanks fall. Timotopper versus the world. Trying to do what they can. Stepping forward, flashing forwards. Q3 misses. Flap, 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 doing a lot of work. One more hit onto the Sion will cause the execute to come down. The inhibitor going through next. Ryan Scouts and Chokes in the base. Timotopper TPing into the fray, trying to save the towers. The first one will fall. I'd love to give you a chance to speak, mate, but I think this game may just be done. Timotopper now stepping forward, looking for Soriam Scouts. Chove taking a lot of damage to that first Q. And the wave is cleared, and they have to leave.
I mean, Good Chi, they definitely had the chance there to finish the game if they didn't lose BB to Timmy Topper, but
Kenji.
Kenji now.
Kenji is found onto Scion Scout, gonna flash away. There is still a flash on this cannon, but not gonna commit for it just yet, because the Elder is alive. And the jungler is on the top side and has to reset. You have 280 carries and a cannon to take this down. You have the chance. TP and Water walking on the Rift now. BB's still dead. He does have the teleport, but he won't stay mission down just yet. Water have a pink in the pit. So we have TP angle in. This is melting oh so fast. The arrow lands on Kenji again. It's on Longstone. Will be tanked up by Sang. Now it's just about burning this Elder Dragon down. One more hit will do it. The smite should come down any second now. It's been claimed by Paragon. It's their moment. Timotopper knocked up by Chova, but the first kill comes in onto Zifi, and Kenji is the triple kill. Looking for the final two, BB and Scouts. Kenji has fallen, 3 members still stand.
Still got back.
Next on this list will go down, but there's so little damage onto Sion Last. Has to wait to make the final execute down, and it's just Sorion Scouts with the Elder flip to save the game. Paragon, they're now only got 4,000 gold in the hole, and with a base that's broken open, they have riding on a dream.
Yeah, so I mean, what happened there? I mean, at the start, you saw Kenji TP to try and get a pick on Sorion Scouts, burning the flash, but what was most important was that it meant that Scouts was late to the objective, and Paragon did really well to identify that, start the Elder, and I mean, you just saw the massive advantage that StepX had in terms of positioning. The fight was started, but once that Elder was taken, I mean, even though it is hard to kill these tanks, it was just enough for the execute. And notice Last and Timmy Topper playing those fights beautifully, both surviving till the very, very end. And that was the difference, because they really need that damage. And I'm sorry, I've been holding it so much, because there was a lot that happened. I mean, like I said before, Good Chi could have ended the game realistically if they didn't overextend to kill Timmy Topper. I think they could have just brute force. They've got grubs. I think if they'd just gone for it, they had like 3 members hitting towers and Nexus. I don't think Timmy Topper can defend that, even if he's got the stacks and even if he is playing Smolder. But yeah, Luna, I vented all the information that I needed to say. That was a massive swing of events.
It certainly was, but still with Paragon on this back foot. Even with the Elder Dragon onto the 280 carries, you are hoping and praying that you can find a way forwards. Find a way to get yourselves past the vision line you can set for yourselves. And the front line just doesn't die. Your front line melts, and the enemy front line feels like a brick wall across the rift. Not long left on this buff, I would wager either.
Yeah, I think we just saw like the difference. I think Paragon have really grown into the way they want to team play. I mean, we saw that Sack tanked that BB ultimate, whereas before we were talking about the reason they lost the fight around the first or second dragon was because they, you know, let Timmy Topper get hit by the BB ultimate. So it's nice to see that they're improving the way, as the game goes on, they're improving the way they're team fighting. They were able to keep their carries alive, and now as we see Zippy with the ult.
Third arrow onto Kenji, another face sealed will just end the life of this cannon, and that's the 3rd fight in a row. Kenji's been caught unawares at the very beginning.
Pause?
Looks like we may have a slight pause delay coming in. Very unfortunate timing. But I mean, there's the 3rd arrow that's landed onto Kenji.
Yeah, so Kenji just getting caught really badly there. You saw Zippy made a really good pick with the arrow. I'm not sure what the cause of the pause is. We'll let you know as soon as we hear. But yeah, I mean, this game, Good Chi, it looked like they had it in the bag, Luna. And then this, you know, delay of Elder tempo has really cost them. They're struggling to get that just final, you know, we talk about how well teams can close out games. Good Chi have got a chance at it. If they manage to throw this game, however, I mean, again, I talked about the mentals on Paragon with the slice in Maelstrom, but think about the mentals on Good Chi if they're not able to finish this off. I mean, they've gotten everything, well, near enough everything on the map in terms of neutral objectives. I'd be really, really upset. I mean, obviously, unbiased, but would be really upset to see just a massive capitulation of Good Chi if they manage to lose this, Luna.
They're on the cusp of proving that the newcomers aren't always the underdogs. Taking down one of our returning rosters, no less. One of our established rosters that did so incredibly well in spring. And as was mentioned earlier, we're 1 game away from promoting to NLC Division 2. This roster is storied. it would be heartbreak for Paragon if they lost this game, but it would be even bigger heartbreak for Good Chi if they were somehow able to throw the lead that they have accrued. Looked like there was looks towards the Baron just before the pause hit us square in the face. Once again, as soon as we know more, we will relay that to you, but for now, I don't think you can fight this without Kenji.
He's just been on it, hasn't he, with these slicing maelstroms. He's really been looking for all angles. And few-minute break, okay. I mean, this is what we were hearing now, a few minutes. We're not sure what the cause is exactly, but it looks like we're going to have to settle down, maybe grab your popcorn. Hey, listen, if you need to go to the toilet, you know, if you need to go let the dog out, maybe don't walk the dog, but if you need to let the dog out, if it needs to do, you know, a wee as well, then maybe now's your time, because this game, you don't want to miss how it ends. I mean, listen, you could be as ahead as you want. If the enemy team has a smolder, that is just always going to be in the back of your mind.
All right, and on that, we are going to throw to a very short break. Hopefully when we come back, we'll have the end of Game 1 for you. Don't go anywhere. Like Ben has said, you don't want to miss this. Back, everybody, and we can wrap up. We can wrap up game number 1 for you because we are able to get back onto the spectate for you. I'm not sure if we're going straight into game or if we are just waiting on a couple of things. And it looks like we are back onto the Rift. As we saw just before the break, Kenji caught out by the enchanted crystal arrow, blown up by the Fate Sealed, and the Baron is now on the cards for good Chi. Paragon test it? My gut says
Yeah, I mean, chat's voting on what's for dinner and Walter. Walter, again, you see him right now, speak the devil, is zoning out so well again.
Apex has no clone, has no flash, can't get over, Baron goes down. Water takes a lot of damage, will get executed by that small passive, but Elder has run out. You're relying on your Smolder. BB now stuck behind the pit in a 1v3. Q not able to connect to land, so you will lose 2 for this. You'll lose your support and your top laner. That's not necessarily the end of the world. However, Last, quite happy to just sit in this mid lane and clear waves. Doesn't have to get involved with these fights right now. 3 barrels.
Again. Yeah, I mean, Water zoning so well. You see him did it in the last Baron that she managed to secure. This time he was trying to zone like 3 people at once. I think though that Good Chi will be happy with this. I mean, as we see this mid-siege, it's so difficult with Good Chi having that Baron buff with one back way from the front.
There's so much damage coming down. Siren Scales having to get away. Last caught up by the Enchanted Spiral. He cleansed away, ulting into the back line, trying to find the execute. It's not there. Has to flash away from the Fate Sealed, and will just get autoed down by Chova. Last getting too high fee with what they have.
Last just thought he could finish that kill off, but Chova noticing the overextension, noticing that Last didn't quite have the damage, and yeah, executing with precision.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Last, it feels like, is a little bit lost in this game. 0, 6, and 9 was a star player on Paragon in spring, potentially having the first game jitters, potentially just having a bit of an off day. It happens. It's a-okay. With Elder spawning in about 1 minute and 10 seconds, you have to start worrying. This Baron, again, on 3 members, so sieging, very difficult. You can just disperse them across 3 different lanes. Sack is going to spot out Saryam Scouts on this bot side. Less than 1 minute until this dragon spawns, and we can see everyone's getting ready.
Yeah, I mean, that gold deficit from Paragon is kind of closed a little bit, but ooh, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow just missing.
That's big. Is it going to be up for this fight? I don't believe. Sack knocking onto Saryam Scouts. A bit of damage going down, but again, Soulflare goes massively wide. Banish shots in onto Sack, tanking up a lot of damage here. The top's on the side, Kenji trying to flank onto 2. All the damage going down, and Sack is the first one to fall. Kenji getting the non-union in the middle of the fight. Kenji will here as well. No, he won't. Just Snapex goes in to save the day. But the QSS is able to keep him alive, and that will be another one falling. Jokes gets knocked up onto Timotopper. Triple kill for BB on the other side of the fight. The Chovas takes down 1 more. Snapex in a 1v2 against the mid laner and the top laner, and the solo laners finding their way forwards. And finding the full ace onto the side of Paragon. The fight looks so good, but this Scion just ran down. Your backline is so incredibly tanky at this point, and that may just be the game from Titans. They fall as Paragon in game number 1 of this split. 30-second death time as Sack, the only member alive after this inhibitor falls. There is no Baron, in fairness. This could not fall, but Bibi just going to tank up the tower. Sack pulling the wave away, meaning they may not actually be able to end here. Last is up in 5. They're just hitting onto this tower. Sack keeping the waves away. They have to leave. They have to look to walk away. Kenji's here as well. Ultimate land onto Chova. The knocked up from Bibi is cancelled off by a stun. W from Last. Tag onto Chova as well. And just like that, the game is still going.
Good Chi thought they found the fight they needed, and now it's the same thing. You've got Chova, who's gonna be late to this Elder. It's the exact same thing we saw literally about 5 minutes ago. Luckily, he has the TP. What was a good fight for Good Chi. We saw a great play from Paragon as well. I mean, the carries were alive for so long, and now maybe a Death Bush setting up by Good Chi.
Could be. There's no way to check this really. There's the Scryers. They know what's going on. Started found onto Sack. Chova found onto Sack. Has to jump back, knock up onto Sack. Sack takes so much damage, and sorry, I'm scouting kind of back to the left. But Kenji's picked up everything that he can to the top of the first one. Oh, Kenji the second, and now the fight may just be over. Zippy just getting free fire onto Last. 4 members of Dennis Snapex versus the world, and Snapex The wild is too heavy. Gucci in a 5v5, clean ace onto Paragon. And just like that, our newcomers are 0-1 on day one. Our Udyr Disappreciators. They found their way forwards and they found their way to their first win of the game. The RPS was nothing compared to Chi.
It was just great all round. They found the fight again. They needed a second chance at it. A good Chi taking down Paragon. You wouldn't have thought this after day one's performance, but they're here with a statement. Welcome to the UK League, baby!
Welcome indeed. Good Chi going 1-1. Paragon dropping to 0-1 after their first game. And it didn't look very close until there was that little bit of a hiccup towards the end there. Good Chi had full control for so long. And they still come out on top. Paragon looking a bit out of sorts. Any final thoughts on these two teams?
Standout players, definitely Water, definitely BB. I think they had great games. I mean, I'm not sure about that, the Kenji Kennen. It just seemed he was getting amazing ultimates, but just on, like I said many times and during the game, on two tanky members. Like, they just weren't finishing off kills. It was so sad to see. I mean, I'm personally a very big Kennen enjoyer, so when the ult goes down and it's looking good and you're still not seeing, you know, the Kennen triple kill, Kennen quadra kill, Kennen pentakill, it's very demoralizing.
Certainly is. Now, Bennis, we're going to say goodbye to you just for a little while, as I'm going to hand straight back over to the desk to break down what we just saw.
Hey, all right, back after game one. Drew, you're still here.
Yeah.
I guess we're stuck with it. This is the way it
Afraid
is.
so.
And I hang on a minute. I've got myself way too loud in my own ears. I still have the stream open. A drawn out, long, hard fought game one. I think it's fair to say, Evie.
Yeah, extremely. You know, this one went quite back and forth. Of course, the gold lead that Gucci got early on contributed quite significantly to that. They needed to have that gold lead to stall this one out, and
To not get smoldered, right?
Think, yeah, it's, you know, Smolder is going to reach a point, but then, yeah, those later fights, that last fight especially, fantastic pick, and it just all fell apart.
Drew, did you sort of miss the chance to say anything on cast? They looked pretty explosive by the end of that fight. That fight was close almost for a moment.
It did look so close for a second, but the catch onto Timitopper, it meant so much. The Smolder is the one thing that's being a thorn on your side. Last did not have a very good game today. I'm very, very shocked by that performance in particular. I mean, Last, again, like I said, kind of during the game, was one of these big carries for Paragon in spring. Looked so incredibly strong, and I think it was just a bit of an off day for him today. Wasn't really able to find to be as useful as potentially would have liked, but
All right, I got to stop you there. We're on a tight schedule. The next game's draft starting soon, and production have still got us some replays. Evie, talk us through this Drake fight at 17 minutes.
Yeah, let's take a look back at this one. So, as I can see, straight away, this Psyonot's coming straight in, and would you believe it? The person it finds? Smolder. And this is the exact target you need to find, and the layered CC on top. Psyonot, Yoni ult, Amumu ult, bang, and the Smolder is gone. There is no playing that one out, and whilst in the backline, yes, they are going to find the Ashe. It just doesn't matter. The fight's done and dusted, and this is huge for Gucci carrying this momentum forward through the game.
It pushed them forwards to taking down not only the Dragon Soul, but a Baron as well. We do have something that happens a little further after that, Drew. This is the 29-minute Elder fight, which we've just got ready.
yeah, this was quite the fight, I must say. So, just had that massive fight towards the base, forced the jungle and mid laner to reset. Sack does a beautiful job of tanking up the Sion ultimate here, which allows for this objective to just be finished, because the knockup only tags onto one. The second this objective is finished, because Sack is still buying so much time, Kenji finds a way into backline, is able to get a lot of damage down and get an execute onto one, which then allows Snepex and Timitopper to do a lot of long-range damage. Now, Snepex is tanking up Saurian Scouse, which is great, but Last and Timitopper are miles away. So while this fight looks good initially, it goes a lot worse than it could have done, just based on what looked like a bit of a team disconnect. But you are able to take out 4 members, you get away with 2 Elders, and this is the point where Paragon have a chance to come back in this game.
That's all they wrote. Good Chi. They managed to get it done 1-1. Paragon do not succeed in winning in their first game. I'm just gonna have to break character a second. Production, are we breaking or are we just getting ready for draft? All right, we're gonna be back in just a second before this next draft. After the break, Brod and Friends versus Belfast Storm. All right, welcome back, everyone at home. We are ready for game number 2 of tonight's run through round robin. Single round robin, no double round robin. I can't remember. It'll happen either way. Tonight, in game 2, in the blue corner, we do have Belfast Storm, a team that's been around the block a few times, previous winners on a number of occasions through the ages. Evie, you've got something to mention about this roster tonight.
Yeah, so they did actually play Gucci yesterday. First of all, quick one to mention. There's a couple different players going on here. The only change from a roster on Monday is Limsey out, Vixen in. I don't think that changes too much about how this team plays. Their champion pool is stylistically fairly similar. And it's not like Vixen's a stranger to competitive play. I expect her to perform reasonably well. So, Synapse Sprinter, for one, got the Udyr on Monday. I don't think that should happen again, because Synapse is a very good player in terms of just pulling teams around the map. I expect them to play the same way. Dunlosi had a shaky early game, but again, storied veteran of the scene. I imagine that gets brushed off. So, yeah, looking forward to this one.
All right, never mind. We've got to go so fast tonight. We've got to get into draft. We'll have to introduce Broad as we go. You know them as the Division 2 superheroes who have promoted upwards. Gov, Porp, Nemly, Spark and Zeta. Big appearances at... okay, never mind. We have things going on in the background. We got some bits going on, so we will have time to introduce Broad and Friends properly. Luna, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, we saw parts of this roster in Summer Showdown. Of course, Gov, Nemly, Trizzy all played in the finals as well. So they have that going for them. Spark and Porp, who I believe are playing today. X-Blind Creed Academy, of course, won last split. Also had a run through NLC RPS, so a lot of expectation on their backs. And Zeta, relatively new to the team. Not sure of their history. Memory is failing me a little bit today. But with a roster that is, Porp, Nemly, Spark, Gov, Zeta, you are expecting high things, right? They showed a lot in Summer Showdown. They've got 2 of our defending champions on the team. What do we want to see? Because what we saw on Monday was nowhere close to it.
Yeah, I think a big step up in expectation required. But, it's okay. It's all right. You're still at the start of the split, and as we've just seen, it's okay to have some things left to work out for your composition, for the things you want to do. On another note, we do have a little extra correction. Not only do we have Vixen in mid for Belfast Storm, we do have Clem and Tori out in the bot lane. They're riding the bench today. We have Mr. Freezed and Varen coming in. Not 2 names I'm hugely familiar with. You guys recognize them all, and it's completely okay to say no.
Yeah, so Mr. Freeze, very, very competent Ezreal player, and as we saw on Monday, the Ezreal gone, removed. So ends up on a Jhin instead. Jhin in the B1 position, in fact. Very high priority so far here at the UKL4 Nations, and yeah, it looked fantastic still, so very clearly well-rounded, and this is the same bot lane they played with on Monday. The bot lane in general was very stable, so I don't expect things to go terribly badly there. I think the only main change is going to end up being in that mid lane, where, again, like I mentioned, champion pools aren't too different. So,
exciting stuff, exciting stuff. Luna, we got some meta changes in the jungle. Jarvan's been buffed, 14-18, it's kind of shook some stuff a bit. You're not impressed with the Maokai. Do you have opinions about stuff like the Kindred, like the Ivan, stuff that we've seen Broad and Friends use between both of their junglers at sort of different times? Why have they got Trizzy in today? Is it going to be a Kindred 2000 LP shutdown?
I believe it's Porp today.
Yeah,
it's Porp today.
Do you know? If
it is Porp today. All right, it's the 11th best jungler of NLC Summer 2021. It is the boy, the tree himself.
I do think that the Ivern is very good. I think the Kindred is hyper situational, but I think if we can play to the style that Porp likes to play, a very aggressive early game, there's going to be no problems.
All right, maybe we'll even get some Zach gaming. Maybe if we're very lucky. We're very lucky. We are moments away from draft. We are just about to get that in, and as I say it, thank you, production. It will appear.
Hey, another Camille ban, guys.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Repeatedly paying the Camille tax so far, and to no surprise, the champion very good on this patch. Kai'Sa, this ultra high priority ADC, gone with the wind, dusted.
Good.
On the other side, yeah, it's Vixen's Ahri is removed. That is no surprise, as well as the Rel, which unsurprising again. This bot lane. Big Ezreal player, big Rel player, so seeing that gone, not shocking.
All right, some targets out from Broad and
Viego.
Friends. Belfast Storm getting the Viego. That's a bit more open, but Porp seeing some attention nonetheless.
Now, is this an Ezreal, a Jhin, or a Ziggs?
Okay.
I feel like it can't be Jhin. If you ban Jhin, Ziggs B1 is too free.
Oh,
There we
dear.
go. That's more like it.
Okay, all of them are
Now we're
open.
talking.
So you pick Jhin, the enemy can pick Ezreal. You pick Ezreal, the enemy picks Ziggs. You pick Ziggs, the enemy picks Jhin. You're in a bit of a trifecta here.
And
The Ezreal
Ash
tablet is
still open as well.
True, as is
I mean-
Jinx.
So the Kai'Sa ban actually really frees you up to go for this Ezreal relatively freely. Of course, the Kai'Sa, a very common counter pick into Ezreal. So you get your Ezreal main his Ezreal, his hardest counter is gone. Hello.
Emily Nico, I forgot!
Okay.
Okay.
Emily Nico!
And it's
Now,
Nico Nocturne
it-
right off the bat. It's phenomenal
Yeah.
for getting Nico into good positions in team fights. If this gets
It-
locked in, it's already a really strong opening to draft for Brod and Friends.
Now, this is one of Emily's specials, I think. It has been
Yeah.
it has been a hot minute, and you will have to forgive me, audience. It's
He
been a
played
very
it
long day.
in Summer Showdown finals.
Yes, of course.
I love
And the
this,
knock-
because
the
it's a
knock
support
into
special as well.
support.
Oh,
It,
Brod
it
and
is a
Friends are
little
cooking.
slow to start if I'm gonna have any critique, but let's face it, Ezreal's not doing anything before 2 items anyway. If you're gonna finish this out, you got to support an Ezreal. He's not fearing dive like you would against a Kaiser, but there's still a Nocturne and Nico coming over the top. Do you pick Alistair? Are you sort of trying to shore that up, or are you just gonna leave them to their own devices here?
Alistair Poppy
So-
is still both fine.
Yeah. Like, the concern here, right, is no matter what you do... Yeah,
I forgot
this-
Dunlocy Lilia was open!
We're cooking. Dunlocy, you know, I remember back in the day for champions like the Hecarim, Lilia is just Hecarim, but with a
Hecarim
bit more
2,
magic
Electric
damage,
Boogaloo.
really. So, yeah, like, you're going to be looking to get this Nico into creative positions with the Nocturne. You can't see that ultimate coming. So, really strong opening, and having something like an Alistar would be good for disengage, but the alternative is just to commit harder and go all in harder, and Nautilus will do that.
Okay, all right, not a bad pairing. and
Bloodfest.
that sort of will be maybe a counter dive over the top, or the ability to spring on Brod and Friends as they set up. Last pick before bans come through here.
Something along the lines of a Braum wouldn't surprise me into a lane like a Nautilus Ezreal. I don't think you necessarily need more hard engage, but you know, if you're feeling it, you
think
have the
that's already
option of like a
carry.
Leona. Thing is, I think there's a lot of ADC pools still open at this point. I think you're not forced into it, but a Ziggs ban would make sense here for Belfast Storm to take that away. You don't want to play against the Ziggs Leona as Ezreal Nautilus
It's Spark
particularly.
Ziggs as well. He was playing it even
Yeah.
before it was Giga Strong.
So
Alright.
I expect a Ziggs ban from blue side. Out of red, I mean, I think you're just banning away like defensive matchups into Nico. Lissandra makes sense for exactly that purpose, right? Champions that are reasonably good at stonewalling a lane and keeping themselves safe through heavy dive.
And the Jin, Harvard, yep. So bot lane's coming through. If Brod and Friends have got a second pick, are we looking at stuff like the Syndra? Are we going that deep, or are we going to keep it more meta relevant?
I think you probably want to get rid of another one of these hyper defensive picks. Something like an Azir or a Corki would be very good to take away here, because they can very easily shuffle away from a Nico ult, and it's very hard to actually get the Nico out of lane in these matchups. So taking away one of the more standard kind of mid laners definitely makes a lot of sense here. I think Syndra and Orianna, while they can clear waves effectively, you can just kind of leave them to shove a wave into your tower, because they're not killing it particularly fast.
I think you also need to keep in mind damage profile a little bit here. So, I mean, LeBlanc is, again, it's one of these champions that's really hard to lock down, and ultra comfort for Vixen, so seeing that gone is unsurprising. If I weren't considering player stylistically, I think Yone for Belfast Storm is not bad here at all. As far as AD champions go, fleshes out your damage profile and is relatively hard to lock down, but then I think, is Yone necessarily a Vixen champion? And the answer is not particularly.
It can be flexed.
Yeah, certainly.
Synapse does play it.
All right, we
Seven
know Spark
games.
for his super powerful AD carry pool, and it's going to be the titular Zeri there. The
Not a great
electricity
matchup
to
for it,
come through.
though.
You
Yeah,
sure?
Not the best matchup, but the Spark on
Okay.
the Spark of Zorn, I'm all for it.
Yeah,
Very good at
thematically
taking
it
over
fits.
explosive team fights. And yeah, this Corki, it fleshes out your damage profile. It is good for getting away from that Nico Nocturne engage. So I don't dislike it, but Corki on this patch in general,
not great.
I'm not huge on it.
Okay,
not great.
we'll have to see how far the Bombardier has fallen. Again, I'm not the biggest enjoyer of Corky lanes. It's a little sad, but you know, maybe he's still
I'm
got,
interested.
maybe he's still enough with the Lilia in that 2 versus 2. A top lane, it's got to be a flat profile. Brod and Friends have sort of highlighted the junglers can do a bit of farming. Renekton that will be fine up there.
I mean, Belfast Storm's draft at this point, it looks like they've opened Leaguepedia, LCK, Summer Playoffs, and just copy-pasted the first thing they've
But
seen.
Corki is 1-11 in playoffs. This would be an awful idea.
Well...
I
Imagine
me not
the
like you
pick
Renekton
rates.
here.
just the pick rate, not win rate. Gragas to come through that nullifying top laner up against the Renekton, so it'll try and lose as slowly as it can. And
Now-
he'll play interference, but it's a lot of anti-synergy with the dive. What do you...
Yeah.
We're going to come to Eevee first. Compositions, strengths and weaknesses.
My concern is you've used your B5 for a Renekton, but has absolutely zero target access here.
Oh, like...
Like,
R5 Gragas also unacceptable. Like that is a flat profile top laner. That's not okay.
I don't dislike the Gragas as much as I dislike the Renekton. The
Okay.
Renekton, you have no access to Nico or Zeri. Nocturne Leona are playing through you anyway, and it's a case of, you know, okay, Renekton's going to have a decent 14 minutes in the top lane, and then what?
Okay.
I think
so.
Belfast
We're
kind of
not
struggle-
sure. We're not
struggle
sure
to
if the
start
Nautilus is
fights.
required or whether it's just going to be the side lane special. Drew, what are the feelings? There are feelings clearly about this draft.
I am upset. I think basically any of the top laner for both of these teams would just be better. I can understand the kind of handshake matchup. Gov very happy on the Gragas. Synapse very happy on the Renekton. Not a huge fan of it one way or the other, but I am very excited to see two strong picks for players individually on either side of this matchup.
All right, I'm a little sad it's not the Governor's Rumble, but you know, here we are. Not the best matchup and not the best patch. Okay, we mentioned that, you know, we have feelings. Things have come through pretty. I'd say the draft was slightly more flavored, Broad and Friends. You know, if someone locks Nico in the Four Nations and we turn all the plates up, it's like, is it Namely? It's probably Namely, right?
Probably.
Let's put some stakes on this. Predictions with sort of a weighting. Who's gonna come out ahead?
Okay, well, we're both 0-1 in terms of predictions right now. I'm gonna say Broad and Friends for this one. I think Nico Nocturne have really creative ways into fights. These fights should be extremely explosive. And again, it's extreme player comfort, which I'd like a lot in a draft like this.
Okay, Drew.
My head says Broad and Friends, but as we all know at this point, I'm an aspect of chaos, and my heart is screaming for Belfast Storm because I love the idea of an Ezreal main and Dunlosi Lilia on one team. So, and let's be honest here, they're using a sub. They are the underdog in this situation. Who doesn't love an underdog? I'm gonna say Belfast Storm.
Okay, all right. One apiece in predictions, and
At least one of us is gonna get something right today.
Yeah,
that was the other
That's
side of the
true.
thing.
That's true.
Someone's
I
coming away with it.
didn't declare my favor for Gucci at the start of last game because I was like, I don't know. I'm not sure about this, but should have stuck with it. I'm not going either way on this draft. I'm not completely sure, and I think we are also quite likely to see like another late game slugfest.
It's gonna be another bloodbath, long slogfest. I think is the situation we're finding ourselves in.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the place where Sparks Zeri, there we go, shines most. But will it be enough? That's going to be a core key with, you know, the time to get the items to be that menace, and you just take off like a third of health with an empowered auto off an E and a Q. That's a lot to start a fight off with, especially if Broad and Friends are coming forwards, and with this composition, they will be. We are still just holding on. We'll be getting into draft. We've done the draft. Getting into game really soon. We've had our weights, had our predictions. We are ready with the cast. We'll see you after this game. Enjoy.
I'm still here.
Yeah,
I promise.
well,
I should stand up.
We're back. Now listen, Luna, lovely team compositions from both sides. Again, a lot of aggressive picks. I'm really excited to get into this game. Obviously, Broad and Friends coming off a big loss on day one, whilst Belfast Storm, on the other hand, they were winners against Good Chi, who we just saw win. Will they continue that winning run, or will they, you know, plunder as well?
I don't know, I'm looking at these compositions. I'm seeing Nemly Nico, I'm seeing Porp Nocturne, I'm seeing Dunlosi Lilia, and I'm seeing Freeze's Ezreal. I'm terrified. I'm ready for this to be an absolute bloodbath for the entire 30-minute game it's going to be, possibly even longer. I am going to be ready to go to bed after this game, I can tell you that for nothing.
Yeah. This is going to be good. When you get these players who are on such comfort picks, and there's so many of them in the same game, I mean, if we could see some, you know, high-level mechanics, I'm really going to be looking, especially the Ezreal, because, you know, Ezreal players in, you know, LCK, LPL, they go crazy. I mean, players like Viper come to mind, especially. You can go off any, probably any ADC, really, in the LPL or LCK, and Deft. Their Ezreals are incredible, so I'd love to see what the UK LE has got to offer in terms of their Ezreal OTPs. But not just that, as you said, Nemly Neeko. I love a bit of Neeko trickery. Gotta get that in there. You know, I'd love to see a red buff getting a pentakill. That's one of my favourite things. But yeah, it's going to be great. I'm very, very excited. And hopefully it's as banging as the last game we just saw Luna.
Yeah, I'm definitely very excited. And I really enjoy it myself. My inner AD carry main coming out and saying, I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Just what's going to happen here. But enough of the chit chat. Enough of the waffling. Let's wrap this up. Let's go ahead. Bring you game number 2. Nice, ready, wrapped up with a bow. Belfast Storm versus Broad and Friends. Let's get it on screen.
Yeah, get on screen. Here we go. One team coming off a loss in Broad and Friends. One team coming off a good day 1 with a win. Belfast Storm. Who will take their game 2? Who will we see maybe go to a 2-0 or a 1-1? Luna, let's get into the rift. Here we go, as all 5 members make their way onto the map. We're seeing maybe another 5-point defense.
Certainly should be. No real level 1 across both of these teams when you look at most of the players. Gov. Not Gov. That is a Nemly. That is not a Gov in the mid lane.
30 seconds until minions
Baron
spawn.
and Zeta both sat in that bush together, just kind of handshaking, saying hello. This is what we're here to do. Now, I have one very important question for you, Vanis, and that is, what are we going to see these junglers do? What is the pathing going to be like? Are we going to see mirrored, or are we going to see split pathing?
Well, both ADCs are quite safe champions. Ezreal obviously got the Arcane Shift. Zeri able to go over walls very easily, whereas top lane, again, Gragas is able to get away from ganks so easily. Renekton, double dash, mid lane, you know, there's mobility there as well. I'm not sure if ganks is what is going to be in these junglers' minds. So in terms of where they'll path, I mean, it could be anyone's guess. I don't think any lane is looking particularly tasty, but we'll just have to see, as it seems like they will be pathing to the same side, as both look to be starting their bot side. Lilia opting for the Raptors, whilst Porp going on the Wolves.
I don't necessarily hate this. Looks like we're not going to put too much attention down towards the bot side, as you would expect. Going to look more towards the Gragas or Renekton lane. Try and get Synapse a lead, or deny him a lead, depending on which side of the map you are looking at. You can see just a bit of early trading across the board in this bot lane, as you would expect from an Ezreal in the
What
early
is
game.
going on top lane? Can we go to top
Yeah,
lane? I think
Synapse is just
Synapse.
bullying Gov. This is to be expected in this matchup.
Synapse, I mean, I'm not sure if you saw on your minimap there at home, but Synapse was all up in Gov's face, level 1, not letting him even get close to the wave. Now, obviously, Gov's able to walk up a bit more now that wave 2 has come in. But, very, very proactive start as Synapse going in on that level 2 power spike.
It's looking for the slice and dice forward. No stun to be had just yet, but it's going to get a good chunk of trade down for now. We are seeing first half of the quadrants cleared for both junglers now, as just a bit of trading across the rest of the map. Said it not even 2 minutes ago, but if there's going to be action, it's going to be in this top lane, and action has already started.
Yeah, I mean, Synapse, I think, is feeling very confident, very comfortable. Gov had a bit of a rough day 1. He got very, very much battered and beaten down by Refresh 27, and Synapse is looking to, I don't know, maybe get a little bit of a reputation going on Gov as we see some potential invades.
Certainly could. Dunlosi looking for the red buff of Porp. Stepping forwards here, Porp will find him. He's level 4 off back of smiting the buff. It's going to force Dunlosi to flash the wall.
Yeah, Dunlussy getting away with what someone considered would be murder, stealing a red buff early on. As gank mid lane, Vixen seems to be safe, he's alright. Pays with the flash. Not sure if you would call that worth really. I mean, Lilia, flash is a very, very useful summon spell. First blood though, bot lane.
Oh! I'm not sure. That is a dead Leona, though. A very dead Leona, in fact.
He's picking up first blood onto Zeta as we see some more trading in the top lane. And Gov very low on mana.
Yes, very low indeed. Porp now stepping up. Of course, you have this room. Now that the enemy jungler has been forced off tempo, you can look to step in and just help alleviate some of this pressure from the Grags. Not really anything until the tier, but Synapse just jumping into two members, looking potentially to trade. Is going to get double flashed on as Dunlosi is here to pick up a return kill, but very brave as Dunlosi very low. One more also will do it as a double kill for this Nocturne, and suddenly disaster has struck for Belfast in the top lane.
You see Synapse there trying to go in as if he's, you know, stalling, ready for Dunlussy to come in, but he's just not got enough time in his hands during that fight. He goes very low, very fast. It's a little bit fortunate, to be fair. Managed to survive on 1 HP, forcing Porp and Gov to come under the tower, taking a lot of damage. Dunlussy's able to get that kill back, but Porp just has enough HP to take the tower shot too many, and we see Dunlussy fall as well. Great start for Broad and Friends, and it's a bit of a shame because Synapse was looking really, really good in this top side, and now his enemy jungler is 2-0.
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation indeed. Of course, doesn't really do much to the gold with that first blood going down bot lane. It is a bit of a small solace. It means that the enemy jungler isn't up 700 gold, he's only up 600. So, you know, you're happy with that at the very least. We can see both back on the map, Porp looking the bot side, and Baron's going to take the bait, has to flash away, it's followed through by Zeta. Fear goes down, there isn't enough damage there to have it. Porp at half health, Freeze doing a lot of damage onto every member coming forwards. This Ezreal really proving to be quite strong in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, Porp making his presence known top and bot lane, getting a flash from Varin. Varin taking the bait, as you said, but luckily he was full HP, so he was able to take it and not pay for it with his life. But Porp, a lot more active. Dunlussy, though, again, he's liking these invades. He's taking that red buff we saw earlier, now he's taking the Raptors, and now he's looking at the Krugs as well. And I mean, listen, if you're a jungler at home, you know if you get invaded, that's one less camp for you, one more camp for the enemy. That's a +2 or -2, depending on how you look at it. So, yes, he's got on a flash bot lane Porp, but is he going to be going massively down behind by losing these jungle camps?
Hard to say. Looks like they could be looking for it again. Porp's going to try and skirt around Vision here. Do so quite effectively, walking in again with Zeta. Spark dashing forward onto Freeze. Baron going to hook against the wall. Be away from Freeze, is going to have to flash away as well. Meanwhile, the grubs are being done on the top side by the side of Belfast Storm. So they're trading this this tempo to be able to pick those up. And if Dunlossy wanted, could run straight down to this dragon. Is just going to look to finish clearing their own top side though. Make sure there is nothing for Porp to steal away as Synapse is walking back into lane. And Porp happy to take the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, you see, the most hated element of Ezreal is that he has 2 flashes, essentially. Of course, Arcane Shift has a slight delay, not as instant as Flash, but it is pretty much the same. Porp is hopefully still able to get this Drake, unless he's still stuck top lane, just finishing the Grom, but yeah, unfortunately not able to pick up the kill. Ezreal has just got so much safety, he's still got the barrier, and yeah, I mean, they're shaking hands at objectives. We'll have to see what they decide to do, though, when those 6 grubs come up, because as a team getting 6 grubs, you know, you've got Corki, very strong on side lane, Renekton, again, also very strong on side lane. You don't want to be giving those champion 6 grubs, or any champion 6 grubs by that.
Yeah, no, it's very dangerous indeed, as we can see. Just going to be into a bit of a lull state now, both objectives down. Gov in the red side, top side here, looking potentially for a gank onto Vixen, who of course is subbing in today as the cast lands, knockback is there, the root comes down, and Vixen is going to be picked up by Gov. A wonderful roam coming through from the top lane.
Yeah, Gov noticing that he's going to lane, but Synapse has frozen the lane, so he's just going to go there basically to stare at him in a very, very hard lane state. So instead of doing that, he looks to help his mid laner out, Nemly, and a perfect combination of that Gragas ultimate into the full Nico Wombo combo, barring he doesn't need to use his ult, and it's a nice pickup on the unfortunate substitute for Belfast Storm.
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult situation to come back from if you aren't careful. But this is the big but. Your bot lane's doing very well. And Ezreal, one of these champions that spikes quite early. Has the sheep. Next spike will be on Trinity Force. Can Freeze get enough done in this early game to make up for the struggle that we're seeing in solo lane? As he pop towards his top side as is done Losi, we could see another fight up here with low health bar on Synapse.
Yeah, I mean, Synapse having a great start to this game. You know, he's looking to really damage
Ult in.
from home.
Both have to flash away. Synapse behind enemy lines. Will be next. Will be the first one to fall. Did it for a long time though, as Porp shut down by Dunlosi, but no mana left on the Lilia means Gov should be able to pick this up free of charge. There's a lot of damage coming down, actually burning down, burning, ticking, going. Healed up by the body slam. Surviving within an inch.
Yeah, and it's again Synapse. It's a bit of a shame seeing it. You know, he has had this massive CS lead, freezing on Gov. I think he knows he may be the superior 1v1 top laner in this particular game, but he gets into these fights, these 2v2s, and he's just not getting on the right end of them. Yes, he has made a little CS lead, but if he's not able to turn that into some convincing kills, then it's really going to be a little bit hard to see how he's going to progress into this game. As if you're playing Renekton, you know, you want these early game skirmishes, you want this thing to happen. So, I mean, is he just going to get outscaled and obliviated? You would fancy a Gragas more in a late game, mid game team fight than a Renekton if it's looking like this.
He certainly would. Gragas, no slouch of a champion, but more importantly, you've got a Nocturne who's 3-1. That's terrifying.
Dangerous. That's very, very scary.
Jack
And like you said, I mean, we spoke about in draft as well how the Nocturne ultimate hides the Nico Pop Blossom so well if they can use that to their advantage, especially if that Nocturne ultimate is powerful, as we see bot lane.
Getting jumped on, a lot of damage. Just dead to Spark. Corp here to help clean up the final. The hook will land. Force flash again out of Varren. And Arcane Shift is just not enough. Varren going to have to walk all the way back to stay alive here. Dunlosi picking up 6 grubs though. Means the side lane threats as this game goes later for the side of Belfast Storm is going to be monumental. Dragon up in about 1 minute 10 seconds, so we could see contest for that as well.
Brother Friends just having a superior 2v2. You see Spark picking up those kills. I mean, he was, fittingly, the bright spark in Brother Friends' first game that they lost. You know, he was looking very, very solid, even though his team wasn't doing so well across the map. Solo lane is maybe letting him down a little bit as he got into the mid-game, late game, and as we saw it on Monday, he just got obliterated by a 5-1 Camille, and when you're playing ADC, you know, ADC mains, there's only so much you can really do, so it's great to see now that he's able to show off how he can win these 2v2s bot lane. His team's doing a little bit better this game than they were last game, and hopefully it'll make its way into the mid game as swiftly as the early game.
Hopefully Synapse catching Gov on the dash forward. Explosive Cask will stop this chase going down. Slice forwards, not quite in range. As the Dominus of Cask trade goes down, we see how this Gragas can nullify the Renekton so incredibly well.
Yeah, it's something about that feeling when you get out Gragas, I guess, and then he emotes to really let you know that he knows that you got out Gragas. The ultimate there, so good, interrupting the slice and dice to the point where Synapse, there was no way you could get the kill. And although, again, looking very strong in this 1v1 top side, the Belfast top laner just can't seem to find that solo kill.
Definitely struggling. Dunlosi starting up this Dragon. Corp is now here in Tribrush as the bot lane starts to move forward. Nemly kept out is hidden by Gov, and Dunlosi is caught by the paranoia. Corp having to walk out immediately because Vixen's there, TV Synapse comes in as well. Gun comes in and Zeta's gone flying forward to nothing, but a 4-man Pop Blossom completely turns this fight. Go finds the first kill of the fight, and now it will truly start to bloom. Dunlosi has fallen, as has Baron. It's Vixen, it's Freeze, and Vixen's caught up by Zeta. To run for the hills. There is no Valkyrie to be had. He does have the... Never mind, there is a Valkyrie to be had. Doesn't have the flash. Got them mixed up and freezes out as well. But 3 very quick kills and a dragon to boot off the back of a beautiful engage from Nemly.
Welcome to the world of Nemly. You saw Pop going in with the paranoia. Didn't really look like he had the target in mind, not using it to the best advantage. But Nemly said, no, listen, I don't need that paranoia. I'm the Nico player with the Pop Blossom flash. It was absolutely gorgeous onto 3 people. Massively turning the fight. Spark now 3-0, finishing off that static shiv, finishing off that second trait. And Rod and friends, listen, hey, teams losing on day 1 are looking a hell of a lot better on day 2.
That they are. It would seem it truly is Nemly's world, and we are just living in it. 0-0-4 on this Nico now. Every single assist coming from, every assist bar 1 coming from that fight there. Really made that fight work. We can see, as you mentioned, first items coming in for a lot of members across the board now. Every single member bar Zeta for the side of Brod and friends. On the flip side, still missing it on Vixen and Varyn, but Freeze, Dunlosi, and Synapse all reach that point as well.
Yeah, I mean, then what do you think now if you're on Belfast Storm? Your top side looked good at the start, but couldn't get a solo kill. Bot side is on his Ezreal pick, yes, but his opponent is 3-0 and also on one of his strongest picks, jungle. Yet maybe he can get some invades off, but if Pop's just around the map... Oh, top lane!
Gov has just solo killed Synapse. Alright lads, pack it up, we're going home. The Gragas has solo killed the Renekton.
I can't believe it, I can't believe it. I mean, we've just been seeing Synapse, you know, running the show top lane. Gov just switching it on his head, proving maybe he can play with the best of the best top laners in this league. When, you know, there was maybe some doubts on day 1. Definitely into day 2, I came in with my doubts and he didn't look so good. I mean, we saw the level 1. He was getting zoned off and now he's been patient. He's been waiting for his moment. I'm not sure what happened exactly in the solo kill, but he got the solo kill and that's what matters.
Certainly is what matters. 4, 1, and 5 on this Gragas. Absolute masterclass coming out of Gov.
Yeah, and that's great for the mental. I mean, Gov really had a tough time against Refresh's Camille. He went for the Renekton pick, which, yes, it is pretty okay. I mean, I think Camille currently on the patch is just so strong that it is kind of still Camille favored a little bit, but if you know how to play Renekton, you should be fine. He got absolutely obliterated. It was a bit of a tough watch, to be honest, and then it came into the mid to late game, and I think he took a lot of that responsibility for that loss, and he's came in today. He's with a new mindset, a new pick, the Gragas pick, which we thought really he should have maybe, in retrospect, went on day 1 because it's pretty good versus Camille. Well, it's also pretty good versus Renekton, and now he really looks like he's found his flow, found his rhythm. He's starting that second item. His team looked good. His ADC is fed. His mid is getting 3-man Pop Blossoms. It's just looking good.
Certainly is. Dunlosi started up that Rift Herald, but immediately had to peel off, knowing they had no idea where Porp was. Now, Zeta moving back into this bot lane to look for something, and Dunlosi just going down to the bot side. So this Herald also going to be given over to Brod and friends for what is essentially free, with nothing to be found on the other side of the map. Zeta looking for free, is not quite able to find the Zenith Blade. Dunlosi is, in fact, here now. Isn't caught on vision. Find an angle onto Spark. This fight can truly start to come forwards. Swellseed misses, as does the Dredge line, and Freeze just going to get chunked out before he dash over the wall from Spark. Herald will drop. Synapse will continue fighting Gov and continue losing the fights to Gov. Once again, just being bopped away.
Yeah, Synapse now, his Renekton pick looks so good early on, but now he's just getting outscaled. Gragas is so far ahead now. I mean, 0-4, 4-1. Yeah, even though he's looking at these trades, which at the start of the game looked favorable, now he's getting absolutely annihilated as we see Gov here again, just not afraid to go under Synapse's tower. And we saw bot lane, it was a bit of the opposite of what we saw earlier on, where the junglers trying to force onto these ADCs that are quite mobile and hard to pick off, and it means that the jungler on the other side, in this case Porp, was able to pick up that Herald and response for free.
Yeah, Dunlosy now in this top side, so jumping forward onto Gov. A lot of damage going down, and there is the Sleepy. The cast will keep him alive for now. The hook lands onto a minion. The Gov will fall here, shut down by Dunlosy. You have to commit 3 members for it. Now going on the hunt for something in Porp's jungle. Porp's just going to look to take the reset, as will Synapse, I would wager. That will wait on the next wave, but you found your way to shut down this Gragas. You are now relying on this Lilia to make use of this strong shutdown that has just been picked up.
Yeah, Gov maybe getting a little bit too big for his boots. Baron recognizing that and deciding to make his pressure known on top lane. Alongside Dunlosy there, picking up a great kill, great shutdown, quite big as well. I think there was maybe 250, 350 on that Gragas, so quite surmountable as we look now. The Drake starting up now. They've got a lot of tools here. They've got the Paranoia, they've got the Pop Blossom. Will they need to use it is the question. Dunlosy now is still on walls though, yeah.
We are seeing Dunlosy have a complete allergic reaction to dragons this game, and I think Doctor would have a field day breaking this down. Dunlosy has put so much pressure onto this top side around these grubs. Lost the Herald, has lost all 3 dragons. It's now soul point at 19 minutes for Broad and Friends. The Baron's not even spawned yet, and you can now look for a soul for Baron trade not even 3-4 minutes after it has spawned. So definitely very Broad and Friends favoured as things stand, especially when you can get nowhere close to these towers with use of the 6 grubs you picked up.
Yeah, I mean, the gold grass isn't actually that big when you look at it, but you see the Drakes, and yes, Belfast Storm have 6 grubs, but they're not really getting close to the towers.
Porp is trying to invade and getting full-man collapsed on. Vixen will pick up their first kill of the game, and she is now on the board.
I'm not really sure what happened there, Paul, but I think maybe just a bit of lapse of judgment there. I mean, it looks like he was trying to invade, but like, you know, Dunlosy and Mr. Freeze were just there. Spark was too busy trying to take the tier 1 bot tower, which he did get, as Vixen could be in trouble here.
Good catch on Baron. Can't get to Vixen, but Dredge line comes back. Dunlosy is here. We're going to give it damage. He's stunned up by Zeta. He's locked up by Zeta. Has to use stopwatch. His Nemly is very low. Tagged by that 3-shot barrage makes fighting this out very hard. But Spark still firing away. Lightning Crash going absolutely massive.
But no kills from that. So the Solar Flare come out, thought maybe they might be in trouble. Baron, though, recognizing that he is able to turn, and Nemly just got so low that he wasn't really able to use the ultimate at all. He had no HP, no mana, no resource, was desperate in need of a reset, and it's
Wolf has found another. Yeah, it's 12 kills to 5. Mr. Freeze is dead, Synapse is dead, and we're forcing the TP out of Vixen, and Baron has just spawned. Right. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, Broad and Friend came to play.
Yeah, Broad and Friends just picked up 2 picks. I'm not sure what happened top lane. Gov getting another solo kill, but Porp seeing Mr. Freeze on tower is could be in trouble.
And Zeta here though, keeping Baron away. Gov buying a lot of time. Ult down onto Porp, forces the flash away, knock up onto 2. The dash away from Gov is good. Vixen is now here to pick up their second kill of the game, and Freeze will snipe out their second kill as well, as Zeta falls to Synapse to finally get this Renekton on the board. 3 very quick kills, and the Baron up and available with the jungler, one of them dead. It is now Spark and Nemly versus the world. We've seen Nemly in this position of performance. Freeze is now walking up. We'll have to walk straight through these members of the hook lands onto Nemly. Spark Nemly down the cabinet, another 4-man Pop Blossom lands onto everybody, and Vixen is the first one to fall. And Synapse on the backside, so incredibly low. They take them both out, and only lose one. It looks so good, Broad and Friends. It looks so good.
Just a complete capitulation for other friends. They found 2 great picks, but then they're overextending on the top tier 2 tower. Not really sure what for. Looks like they were trying to make the picks to maybe start the Baron. Ooh. The Baron does not look good. I hope they're able to get this Porp going in. Oh my god.
Quite able to find the kill. Explosive cast kill. Freeze the next one aboard here. Will he give him a go? Oh, maybe not! Zeta picks that one up. Dunlosy's here with Baron. What is going on?
So much is going on. I mean, I want to go back to that 4-man Pop Blossom as well. It looks so good. I mean, they may have turned the fight. Their team had died, but they still had the 2 strongest. They thought maybe we could take it on. the perfect engage, perfect Pot Blossom, but I guess if one of your members is engaging and the other one is the ADC, that ADC is going to get no heal, so they ended up losing that, but then the Baron just took so long. Synapse dying to the Baron, and you're against a Nocturne with Paranoia. Luckily, Dunlosi just was about to finish off the Baron, but it was very, very close, and we nearly saw a Baron steal, which just would have made this game even more crazy than it already is. It's very back and forth, and it's Belfast Storm who may be looking on the better half, getting that Baron. What can they do with it?
Tag onto the Spark, and trying to down, and Lily is so incredibly low. Nebly, two-man Pot Blossom will kill Dunlosi and get a second kill. Will be traded for Zeta. The charges land on the Spark, back and stash over this wall. Paranoia comes in to stop the chase going in, but Pork's going flying in onto Mr. Freeze, finds on the Vixen, and now Freeze is the next one on the list, and it will go down as well. Pork getting a double kill off the back of a very, very quick skirmish.
And his team were just sort of looking around like, Pork, you sure you want to go in on that, buddy? And he was like, yeah, man, I can win this. Picks up a double kill. Make it look very, very tasty. Very, very nice. Here comes that Cloud Soul as well. Dunlosi, he's dead. He can't get to this. He was on Wolves for the third dragon. He's even further away for the fourth dragon as Rod and Friends picking up the Cloud Soul for 25 minutes.
Second game in a row, we've just seen out of nowhere a 4-dragon soul. Elder Dragon will be up at 29 minutes, just over 30 minutes into this game, rather. We're going to see another very early Elder flip. This is insane. Couldn't have asked for a better first 2 games for the second day of the first week of the UK EL Autumn 2024 season.
I just want to draw your attention as well to the vision that Rod and Friends have set up. If you just look at how many wards are on the map, it's actually kind of crazy. Both bots and top quadrants completely covered on the enemy side. I mean, I'm not sure what's going on. Belfast Storm, in terms of vision control, it looks like they're going through it now a little bit, but for a minute there, I mean, Rod and Friends had the whole map lit up. You know, it was like, you know, Diwali or something. It was crazy.
They can't step past their inner tower line. That's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah, and once you get pinned down and you lose these tier 1 towers and you're not able to respond with tier 1 towers of your own, like I said, you just can't really get out of your own half. It's like playing a football match and you're against, you know, you're Bournemouth and you're against Man City, you know? If you're a football fan, you get that. If you're not a football fan, you don't get that. It's just one of those things. But yeah, very, very back and forth. You've got to say, though, in terms of objective fights, you've got to fancy Rod and Friends. They've just got, I mean, all I'm seeing is Pot Blossom and Pork Paranoia, as we see it right now.
Vixen, but the Solify went wide and Pork taking a lot of damage. Death Charge has been dropped and Zeta now stuck behind enemy lines. Dunlosi looking onto the side. Pork going very, very low, not quite able to get out. Zeta getting tanked down by these Mystic Shots, able to flash away from that one. Freeze isn't going to get the jump forwards. And it looks like all 4 members escape with their lives, and Gov just running down Synapse on the top lane.
Very, very close. Rod and Friends need to be careful here that they don't overextend. They did it on that tier 2 top side. It looks like a little bit of deja vu bot lane. Luckily, they're able to just about escape with their lives there. Cloud Soul, maybe to thank for that as well, because I'm not sure. It changes all the time, right? Is it still
movement speed after casting ultimate?
Movement speed after casting ultimate.
Yes, the soul is movement speed after you cast your ult. The individual dragons are movement speed out of combat.
Well, that was definitely them sort of helping out in that chase, because they needed that movement speed, otherwise Paul would have fallen. So very, very fortunate to have been picking up those. And Dunlosi, I mean, yes, you've got 6 grubs, but if you've got no towers anyway, what was the point?
So incredibly hard if you fall behind to make use of those grubs. You can see 3 out in strong Ezreal and two-man Pot Blossom. The Ezreal's already dead. Freeze has fallen. Dunlosi has fallen. Synapse, the last bastion before this tower goes down as well. 3 very quick kills. And I'm going to be honest with you, Venice. This may just be the game. Vixen is on a flank, looking to try and do anything, but Baron has been jumped on by Zeta, and is very tanky, but it might not be tanky enough. Depth Charge will keep Vixen alive for now as Spark jumps forward, but also been found by Pork. And as a clean ace comes in 5-0, the first inhibitor of the game will break open. And the Nexus towers are now in the sights of Rod and Friends. They may have lost day number 1. The death timers are too long as the Nexus towers falls, as the Nexus become exposed. The Friends ascend above the storm. There is no lightning to be found today. At Belfast, your skies are clear. Rod and Friends take the game.
What a performance from Broad and Friends. Like you said, day one, they had a bit of a tough start. I mean, top lane especially really struggled, but Gov came into this game a different man. He was ready to redeem himself, but not just him. We've got to make sure we shout out as well. Nemly and Pop, that engage on that tier 2 mid tower, absolutely incredible. I mean, yes, you saw Pop maybe overextended with a few paranoias. I think Nemly was a little bit like, whoa, wait a minute there, buddy. Let's remember our combo. And as soon as they synergize, Belfast Storm had no hope whatsoever. They're caught out by the Nico minion, like so many have been in the past. Bot lane as well looks very solid. I mean, Spark, did Spark have a perfect game? It was pretty goddamn close. I think so. Incredible showing. I feel a little bit bad for Belfast Storm. Yes, it wasn't a complete stomp. Broad and Friends did make some mistakes. I mean, top side, there was definitely a lead for Synapse at some points that he just wasn't able to convert it into some skirmish kills. And, like, I loved the Mr. Freeze Ezreal. I really did. I don't think he was able to show it off in this game. I think he'll be a little bit disappointed. But, yeah, overall, a good showing. So, Broad and Friends 1-1. And, yeah, great game. Great second game.
Absolutely was a great game, and once again we proved the newcomers to Division 1 are not to be trifled with as they go ahead and ascend fourth. Broad and Friends and Belfast Storm both moving to 1-1 in our standings. Now, Bennett, it's been an absolute pleasure to cast these first two games with you. We are going to have to say goodbye to you for now as we wrap up our first half of the day and head back to the desk to break that one down.
Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Welcome back to the desk. Luna, you're still here. It's absolutely
Hi.
incredible how you keep doing this. And a huge win for Broad and Friends. I think there were some moments we can talk about. We do have some replays ready. But was that sort of what you were expecting, Evie? You were pretty unsure before we started, if I remember rightly. You had to stick a prediction.
I had to stick a prediction. I did call it Broad and Friends.
Oh, no.
You are still
At the end of
Evie,
the
you're
day,
still muted. I'm so sorry. It's happened. The curse.
it's okay.
Everyone gets one.
Everybody gets one.
Oh, it hits everyone.
Hits everyone, right. So I did call it as Broad and Friends. And I mean, at the end of the day, it kind of comes about the way I mentioned with the Nico Nocturne just got to open so many of these fights fantastically. Nemly was on a tear in this game. Just repeated 3-4. Might have seen a 5-man ult in there at some point. Even around that Baron where they're having to play this one out in a 2v4 situation, the Nico is still incredibly impactful. So I think it played out more or less the way I thought.
All right, Luna, we've got a replay here. I have lost my notes, which tell me which one it is. So take it away.
We'll find out. I'm sure I'll remember it when I see it. Okay, it is this first fight around Dragons. Pop goes flying in a little bit too deep, right? And this looks terrifying because then you see Zeta fly forwards, caught in the middle of 4 people. But Nemly, flash into 3-man Pop Blossom, just breaks this fight open massively. All 3 the kind of facing members of Belfast Storm just drop on the spot. The carries, they're left on their own. They can't really do anything. It is absolutely incredible. And that started the snowball that rolled until this game ended of Nemly just finding Pop Blossom after Pop Blossom, time after time after time, completely annihilating Belfast Storm.
Yeah, it was, I think, really good timing as well. They didn't use any sort of combination. They didn't force anything before a dragon. And when you did have that not meant to be scaling pickup in the top side, and you had to have a pinch point, I think timing your team fight composition around something unavoidable, something you can invite the enemy into, a huge win for Broad and Friends. Evie, we have got another replay, this time around the Baron.
Exciting stuff. Nothing beats a Baron fight. So, kickoff from this fight is we see Gragas ends up in a pretty deep position just based off a fight that's already happened. And in the end, you got multiple members of Broad and Friends committing into this, just trying to get Gragas out. But Dunlosi, already with a lead on Miss Lilia, is allowed to just go wild, accessing into the backline of this fight. Gragas is going to fall in the end to a True Shot Barrage, comes into the backline. And as these numbers get picked off, you start to think, okay, well, this is a window for Belfast Storm to not just get back into the game, but break it wide open. It's Spark and Nemly taking on the world in this 2v4 situation. Nocturne will spawn soon and be able to ult into this, but it doesn't matter. The Nautilus Hook comes in first, but it's a huge Pop Blossom by Spark some space, and whilst he will go down, the damage is relatively done already. These health bars only drop to half, but it slows down the Baron long enough that this Nocturne is allowed to respawn, get into range to follow up the ultimate. Gov is going to TP just into the mid lane at the start of this, and that Renekton will fall to the Baron. Not enough healing available, right? So Nocturne gets in, Stride Breaker, multiple members slowed, and the goal now is just to pick off as many targets as you can. That explosive cast will take out the Nautilus. Mr. Freeze has nowhere to go, and in the end, it's only Lilia alive to play out this Baron, which means a lot of the threat of that Nash is dissipated. You can't play multiple lanes anymore. You can't send Corki off to side with Nash because the Corki doesn't have Nash. It's just Lilia, so it mutes that threat significantly. It's well played after fight.
Yeah, it's a real shame. You know, Mr. Freeze like arrived as the Pop Blossom went off, like got full shooting range of his enemies, like trying to dive towards his teammates, and it just wasn't quite enough to convert the Baron. A real shame. You know, the buff getting out of it, not quite enough. And then the inevitable Brod and Friends victory afterwards. It has been an absolute pleasure to be on the desk with you guys tonight. If you guys at home can't tell, I'm really tired. I'm suffering a little bit. So we are going to cut here. We will be back in the second half with Trajan. Evie will be sticking around. Luna will talk. You might be sticking around. We'll figure things out. In the second half tonight, we'll have Sovnik so we can tease him about Good Chi winning a game but giving him a heart attack halfway through. And we will have Venomcrest Serpents versus Ready Esports, something of a big matchup for us here at the Four Nations. And then to close out your night, the late show, DMG Esports versus Team Vertex. We'll see you after the break.
Oh, my day's been fantastic. Thanks for asking.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Four Nations Autumn Split. My name is Trajan. I'm taking control of this desk for the last couple of games, and I'm joined once again by Pivotless and now by Zapdos to do some analysis coming into these last couple of games. Now, thank you for sticking with us through some slight technical difficulties. Of course, we are the Four Nations. It would not be the same without at least a few. So let's get straight into the meat and potatoes, folks. Pivotless, tell us about Venom Crest. We have not seen any of Venom Crest so far in this split.
No, so if you've seen the Summer Showdown, you will recognize these players as former Diamond 4 Gamers roster. And the best part about this is we're coming into a meta now that favors these players quite a lot. Skirmish heavy junglers like Xin Zhao, J4, and similar re-entering meta is great for Hazard. Orianna, Syndra, LeBlanc coming back into the meta is great for Cassandra. And so this roster, they found relatively unknown quantities, and they just had a phenomenal showing out the gate. Came all the way from the play-ins to a top 3 finish in the Sunshine Showdown. A lot of that is guided by Riton. He's proven a really major factor in their wins. He's a fairly high variance in-game leader. If he's having a rough day, the whole team's having a bit of a rough day, but when he's on it, they are on it. Worth keeping in mind though, their last 2 matches is a 3-0 against Ruddy, where they lost, and a 3-1 defeat at the hands of Verdant and Errol. So they're playing against the player who beat them last and the org who beat them just before that. They need to shake off the ghosts of the past if they want to get off to a winning start today.
Yeah, absolutely. Now this is against Ruddy in this first game. Now Zapdos, tell us a little bit about Ruddy. We have seen at least a game of them. They dismantled DMG without too much issue from what we saw.
See, the funny thing is, you're saying there's a chance for Venom Crest to win here. I completely disagree. This Ruddy roster is absolutely stacked. And the big person we have to talk about is mid lane Eero. This person's been to EMEA Masters, and he's here in the UKL, and he has been dominating. Because if we have to be straight up honest, their first game, fantastically played, but their draft was a little bit in shambles. Mid lane was playing the TF, something we haven't really seen Eero dabble too much with, but they somehow just seem to be able to win, and that's all because of this mid and top synergy. Aka's had an incredible game of Camille, of course TF towards that mid lane, and if they want to keep winning, I feel like it all just comes down to their mechanical prowess, and so far, they're really showing up.
Yeah, mechanics have always been at the heart of Ruddy Esports, that's for sure, and with players like Sin and Erol, it's a pretty safe bet, right? Now, the question I was going to ask was, who amongst us is willing to bet on Venom Crest, given all of the circumstances and the positive factors and the boosts that they're allegedly being given? Now, we already know that Zapdos is not willing to go for Venom Crest. Pivotless, do you have any more faith in the Serpents to update? Do you think there is more of a chance for them to try and change that narrative from the Summer Showdown?
So, I'm a bit of a Venom Crest merchant. I'm a former Venom Crest player.
Literal
I can't help it.
salesman. Okay.
But yeah, in this case. But I'm really struggling with this one. I think for a team that can perform well overall, but to me, Ruddy is a clear favourite, not just to win, but one of the favourites to win the league.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be, right? Just, you've always got to expect that Ruddy's going to be high-performing. Now, we are skating through this draft at high speed. We have already seen the classic Riton Braum denied in the ban phase, along with the LeBlanc and Jarvan, and then it's a lot of carry threats removed by the Serpents, Azir, Smolder, Jhin, into the first pick Ezreal. Not the first one we've seen, I believe, and the AD carries are not even like the hyperscalers, not the Jinxes, not even some of the Ashes. It's the Jins and the Ezreals that are locking out that B1 time and time again, Evie.
So you'll notice immediately the trade comes in between Ezreal and Kai'Sa here. Kai'Sa one of these champions that wasn't affected by the fleet changes, and this matchup's phenomenal for Kai'Sa. It doesn't really matter how comfortable you are on Ezreal. If you're playing into a competent Kai'Sa, this is a toughie. Also noticed Camille, this is the first game she's been open today, so we'll see how that plays out. But Xin Zhao mentioned earlier, one of the premier junglers on the patch, and this one not just good for the side of Ruddy, but also a bit of a denial away from Hazard as well.
Yeah, now we have seen a fair amount of pairings. You always see a lot of pairings with the Ezreal, but Zapdos, what do you think we're expecting to see here? We saw Nautilus earlier today, and we'll address the Rek'Sai if this is locked in as well, but given that the Kai'Sa is already going to make Ezreal's life a little bit difficult, what do you think we could see in support to try and solve that problem?
I feel like they can either go for mostly a disengaged composition here. They already have the Ezreal for that. And the reason I think they're going to be going for that is Ruddy's already banned away a lot of those champions. They're great into it, like that Braum. But for Venom Crest, maybe go for more engaged now this Rek'Sai has come through. Just very interesting pickup. And I feel like Rek'Sai into Xin Zhao is a fantastic pick. So just keep pairing that up with a very strong bot laner and support and just try to go straight into their face.
Seems like Engage is the answer. The Nautilus locked in once again, so a potentially very strong 2v2 at level 2, but the Kai'Sa will start to swing that one, I imagine, pretty quickly. So, Pivotless, given that we know what the bot lane now is, well, I was about to ask what the support is, and it's the Rel, and it's always been Rel, and it'll always be Rel, I think, in the support.
I would have put money on this one, to be honest. I think picking Nautilus when Rel is open is always a major risk. I feel like if you're setting up for a Nautilus, you kind of want to get rid of Rel. One of Kai'Sa's premier pairings, so they ever got a really phenomenal bot lane matchup on the side of Ruddy. This Rek'Sai, one of very few champions that's actually capable of skirmishing with a Xin Zhao and coming out on top. What you'll find now is Ruddy going to be starting to remove some of the tools that can disengage away the Rel. I'm surprised that the Poppy Ban comes out from Venom Crest, to be honest, because this is a champion that I could have seen maybe them angling towards in the top lane, depending on how the matchup comes out. But Syndra very good at peeling away Rel and Xin Zhao. That's gone. K'Sante, again, really good at peeling away Rel and Xin Zhao. That is gone. I would err towards the side of expecting a middle lane blind here, because I think Akka's one of the best top laners in the league and very competent when taking those carries. I would not be surprised to see an R5 there.
Yeah.
I'm curious about this last ban because I feel like it's a toughie, right? There we go.
It's just the Camille,
Camille eats its third ban of the day, and that's unsurprising because Akka's already displayed some potent Camille gameplay on day one.
Yeah, really strong there.
Given what we used to see from Ruddy, I was expecting Akka's to just settle back into the Gnar, K'Sante, like, general kind of weak side king maneuver that has so often been his role, given that they now have E-Roll as well as Sin, excellent win condition players, but the fact that Akka's is now threatening these carries and getting the Camille ban is massive for them, as there is the mid blind that you expected. Eevee the Orianna, again, a classic mage for a classic mage player in E-Roll. Now, Zathos, what's the answer for Venomcrest Serpents? Are we going full engage to try and just throw caution to the winds, and if so, how do we draft that?
Well, the big thing for them is they still have no AP damage, so they wanted to go for the engaged Sylas. Could be a possibility. Take that Orianna ball away, add it on top of your Rek'Sai, and then it starts feeling really good. Or you maybe could have a Rumble towards the top lane instead to have that AP threat. But it does seem like the Ahri will coming through seems very good in towards that Orianna, really good engaged the Rek'Sai at that level 6, very big burst potential. And I'm starting to see this Venomcrest roster. They are really going against Ruddy's strongest suit, which is their 2v2.
And this is a we win in 20 minutes or we don't win, I fear. Like, I don't know how Rek'Sai scales right now, to be honest. I don't think many people are super aware of where Rek'Sai sits. And that we've tried to solve the scaling option by just every, team's get out of jail free card, just drop an Ornn in it. Just drop an Ornn in the comp, and now we scale, right, guys? So let's see if this is actually the case, because you've also blinded Ornn into Akka's, who's playing carries now. I don't know, Eevee, this seems like a bit of a risky maneuver.
Yeah, it's a bit of a toughie, and Venomcrest, like we mentioned, has this really strong mid-jungle 2v2 right now between Ahri and Rek'Sai. They both set up for each other incredibly well, but Olaf has absolutely nothing stopping him running directly through this composition. You look at the side of Venomcrest, they don't have any accelerators here, right? It's Ornn, again, he struggles in the matchup against Olaf to begin with. Nautilus now struggles to go in a little bit, he can't lock down on Olaf. Rek'Sai really struggles in combat against this Olaf. So what happened there is you get a good 2v2 between mid-jungle and the top side, and then the top matchup is so favored towards Ruddy, the 3v3 around these grubs will cause some difficulties.
So I'm trying to work out what kind of comp Venomcrest has ended up with here, because we've got strong mid 2v2, which I believe was something that I don't know if it was used Athos or Sovnix in the green room that was talking about the mid 2v2.
It was Yeah, so the big thing about Venomcrest, the way they like to play, is for the mid lane 2 versus 2, Pooljaws and Hazard have really good combinations together, and it all comes down to, if they can win the 2 versus 2, they can expand it further, because Venomcrest love having easy to engage or easy to defend AD carries, then their support can roam towards mid lane to make it that 3 versus 3. And you made a great point about, what are they going to do against this Olaf? It is clearly said the top side is not possible for Venomcrest to play around. And then you look towards the bot lane and you're like, okay, let's play for this mid 2v2, maybe go bot lane for a trade. And then you're against a Kai'Sa Rel Xin Zhao with Orianna ball. It starts getting difficult. And then you're asking the question, where does Venomcrest even take a fight? And personally, I don't know. Rek'Sai 1v1 against Xin Zhao is their only chance for me.
Yeah, I'm worrying that the general Ruddy favored nature of this desk has only been further strengthened in this way after the draft. So I'm expecting, if I asked you both for predictions, it's probably just a windmill slam Ruddy and a go next.
Yep.
Yeah, I think respectfully, Ruddy is likely to be suplexing Venom Crest out the window in about 20 minutes this game. So
Yeah.
I'm concerned.
Yeah, very concerned. Now, Venom Crest, previously the D4 gamers, we know they thrive in the chaos. They were born in it. They were molded by it. They have to play heavily for this skirmishing style if they're going to have a hope of playing through this one, and maybe they can try and catch Ruddy sleeping at the wheel a little bit. We know from last game versus DMG for Ruddy, they're awake. They're definitely awake this split, so we'll see how we can manage this, but we're struggling top, we're probably struggling bot, and then maybe it's just, I hope we can break E-Roll's spirit in the first 15 minutes, or we'll see you guys in the next round. So, if we're looking for this Rek'Sai, right? We know this Red 2v2 is important for Venom Crest, and Zathos, you said that potentially the Rek'Sai trying to find an angle onto the Jin Zhao is a way to play this one. Is it literally just like a trying to push for that jungle matchup, or is there a lane that is possible to play around, or are we really just, fighting with the grubs and praying?
Okay, so the reason that I find it so difficult to find a person to play around is, imagine Ezreal in these late game team fights. You have Xing Zhao in your face and Olaf running you down. You're not really able to get much going unless you poke them out a ton before that fight. Ahri won't have enough damage to come through. So then you have to get to a point where you're accelerated by one item, maybe 1.5 items, where you can just win the fights anyway. So if Venom Crest want a way to win this game, I think looking for tempo timings, whenever their enemy mid lane is able to push out, goes for a reset, that's the time for Rek'Sai to go into the enemy jungle with Ahri and make these plays, because that's the big thing about this mid lane champion. It can move so much faster than this Orianna or most other mid lanes. If they can find a pick off once, start snowballing that lead, and then Venom Crest champion pool starts feeling a lot better because of that Rek'Sai. Once you get that snowballing ahead, it's really difficult to stop.
I'm looking at the way that the drafts have gone here, and we spotted a few strange decisions throughout it. I think for me, one of them is the Jhin. We're banning the Jhin away from Ruddy, and we've let the Kai'Sa through, right? So, Pivotless, if you're looking at what's been done, what's been banned, and what's been picked here, if you could try and offer a tweak or two, perhaps an amendment to Venom Crest, because I think we're pretty happy with Ruddy. I think Ruddy's pretty happy with what Ruddy has here. If you had to try and offer an improvement, maybe swap a ban for one of the picks, what do you think could have maybe been shifted in priority for Venom Crest here?
So the issue is that it's kind of hard to slot in as a B1 just because it's quite fragile, but anytime I see a composition that involves an Ornn, I really like champs like Jinx that just play off resets, right? So I just don't think Ezreal's the one here.
Yeah, okay, well, with that, let's see if the Ezreal pans out. Let's see if the Chaos is in favor of Venom Crest or if Ruddy will sweep to a second win. For now, we're going to pass it over to our caster, Zathos. See you over on that desk. He'll be joined by Sovnix to play out this game.
It's going to be a good one.
Hello!
Sovnix, hello.
Beautiful run on the analyst desk there. I love the logical explanation of everything, but honestly, I'm a Venom Crest Serpent kind of guy. I like this. If there is a game that Ruddy is going to lose in a best of one, it is against the most chaotic, controlled chaotic roster that I have ever seen. So I really do believe in the Serpents.
I mean, if we're keeping it down low, they're probably, going to lose here. However, the main roster from the Serpents, they actually had a perfect season in NLC Division 2 a couple years ago, or even just a couple seasons ago. So maybe they have that aura around this organization. They can have a big upset here. They were predicted to come 8th place. They are going to get first seed. But if there's any way to be an upset, it can be today.
Well, today has kind of been the day of upsets. I think coming into today, no one really expected the results that have come out. And so, we'll just have to wait and see if Venom Crest Serpents can follow in line with that. I think based off the drafts, whilst I think one side definitely has its strengths, I think Venom Crest's draft just fits their playstyle perfectly. It is them. It is the D4 gamers that we saw in the Summer Sunshine Showdown. So I'm excited to catch all the action once it starts. I'm super hyped.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, as we do indeed load up to the Rift. Oh, beautiful camera work. Look at that. And a very exciting game. Fun fact, his name is not Muhammad Abdul Aziz, that is actually Crisis. Don't know if you knew that. Yep.
Never knew.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Seeming like both teams are just going to go for a 5-point. I don't, well, actually no. Seems like going to go for a little bit of an engage towards the bot side. Olaf, very good matchup in towards this Ornn. Even if they do find a ward down here, Ornn will constantly be out under tower no matter what. So a nice ward here to spot out where this Rek'Sai is going to be. The big thing for Venom Crest is Rek'Sai needs to find a lead. So whatever Ruddy can do to even negate that by knowing where he is and playing accordingly to that is probably going to be the best way, because the longer the game goes, you still have to favor Ruddy in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a good point. Like, the scaling is pretty decent coming out from the Kai'Sa and the Orianna. I've kind of seen recently Orianna has been pretty strong in the UKL this split. I think the games I've seen Orianna, it just has so much ability to play out team fights, as we could get an early skirmish in the bot side. Jamsu and Sin feeling like they want to take anything from now, and do we expect anything early to be breaking out between these two teams?
Bot lane can definitely be a possibility for Venom Crest. Rek'Sai is one of these junglers that wants to get a lead earlier on, and that's by trying to get 3 camps in towards a gank somewhere. So with the CC from the Nautilus, definitely a possibility. But if we're talking about 2v2s, 1v1s, and how these lanes are meant to be going, Orianna should be having push against that Ahri until that lost chapter in level 9 comes through, and towards the bot lane with these team fighting bot lanes. I do expect the Kai'Sa and Rell, if they ever do find a good 2 versus 2, they just absolutely wreck with damage.
Yeah, definitely. And level 2 locked in already for the Ezreal Nautilus, and so it's going to start off pretty well for them. I mean, first objective, I feel like, is there a favoritism between each roster as to whether Grubs or the Drake is beneficial for them?
I think both team comps would like to have dragons more than anything, but Void Grubs can definitely be a possibility from this Ruddy side, especially for the Olaf on the side lane, constantly pushing Ornn under a tower. Will make it where he can start gaining that lead through tower plates a lot easier. Still think though that dragon has to be that possibility, especially when you have a Kai'Sa Rell towards the bot lane. You want to try and play for it compared to the Olaf. You just let him see in the side lane and be happy in that 1v1.
Yeah, fair enough, and I think definitely Akka's already creating some pressure on that top side, getting that vision, so they know where Hazard is. And well, Shy's game plan here, it is essentially just to relax, try to hold down the fort, don't give too much over to the Olaf in the top.
Yeah, slow losing is the best possibility in this lane. One thing that Akka's is doing super well is he understands that he's never going to be able to kill the Ornn, but he can get other things for his team, like vision in the enemy jungle. He's used his first 2 wards just to place him down to make sure where this Rek'Sai is spotted. So now he's towards the top side, it just gives full information for this gank.
Yeah, well, Jamsu, Hook is going to land onto Crisis. This gank is being played out into that Tri-Bush. Reeton able to defend his AD carry on the bot side. Tryhard Matthew was very, very low mana, so that was definitely a fight that they would have lost had that hook not come through.
Decent time in there from the jungler. Being able to find that gank isn't going to affect his jungle pathing too much, as a wall will be placed by Rek'Sai. But this is the thing you want to see from both your junglers. Play towards this bot lane, see if you can find a lead, especially for Ruddy. If they start building side towards the bot lane, start pushing that forward towards that first dragon, which is going to be up in 40 seconds. So I expect them to most likely push out this wave, find themselves a reset, and get in the position to contest it.
Yeah, well, fighting in bot side, I think, well, a lot of action so far. No one's drawn first blood just yet, but the intention from Ruddy, you can kind of see it, trying to play aggressive in a lot of these plays. Well, I think, hello? Is that us? Hello?
Hello. Apologies for that, everyone. It seems like it's Phonics. The microphone stuff has all been fixed now. So yeah, the gameplay for both of these teams is still very much the same. Get yourself scaling up. I am going to be excited to see around this level 6 with the Orianna ball on top of this Xingqiao. They want to try and make a play around that. As level 5, they can look towards mid here.
Support from Crisis. Hazard is here perfectly in time, and first blood locked in for Venom Crest Serpents. think Roddy expected that one. 5 minutes into the game. A slow start, a slow burner. Venom Crest break the doors open.
Fantastic play from Hazard being able to move in as mid lane as ult.
He does have ultimate. There's 3 people here trying to shut down Errol and doing it successfully. Paul George dashing forward with the Spirit Rock, but lacking some mana. The charm is going to hit, but Errol in fact outplays the 1 versus 3 and trades back a kill for Roddy Esports.
Reeton didn't even have the Q available to try and get that kill backwards, and because they spent so many resources on that fight, it will allow Ruddy to pick up the 3 Void Grubs, helping out Olaf later into the game. But still, massive plays from Venom Crest. Even though they did give over a kill, they still got one onto the Rex side, a player they want to find a lead earlier on, as he had just great awareness to know, okay, they're going to go for this mid lane gank. Can I try to stop this? And with his tunnels being able to move in so fast through the jungle, he is one of those champions that feels like he can be everywhere on the map at once.
Yeah, he really, really could be, and it's a fantastic play coming out from Venom Crest Serpents to set up that first blood. I think Errol, a little bit unfortunate. I definitely saw what Paul George was going for there. Landing the charm was fantastic, but not having the mana means you can't get that kill on the bot side. Reeton gonna land a dredge line onto Jamsu. They chunked out a lot of HP off of Tryhard Matthew. Opens up Crisis to invade this red buff, but I think they have the information. The pings are going down. Crisis now getting himself into a bit of a crisis himself. He doesn't have the flash to get over the wall, and there's no backup from the rest of his team, meaning he is going to drop. And another kill into the hands of Venom Crest Serpent, and I don't think anyone expected this roster to be facing up to it.
Yeah, it's just really bad timing yet again as top lane. He's going to be able to find anything there. But yet again, just the side of Venom Crest find answers for what Ruddy wants to do. They tried to go for an engage towards bot lane to gain that prio, but Tryhard, Matthew, and Reeton understood, if we give them control over this wave, our jungle is going to get taken. So instead, they take that fight, are able to move mid lane as well. Paul George, of course, Ari, one of these champions that can move very quickly towards this. And it just feels like Venom Crest, as a team comp, it's just so quick at these reactions on collapsing.
Yeah, they've played out this early game extremely well, and one thing we need to keep an eye on if you are a Venom Crest Serpents fan are the CS numbers. Whilst mid lane stabilized for now in the top side and the bottom side, it is very heavily in favor of Roddy, and they are going to secure their first dragon of the game, Cloud Drake. Some extra nice move speed for them. So, a decent look for Venom Crest Serpents. However, it is only 8 minutes into the game, and Roddy, they're not exactly far behind as of now.
Yeah, Roddy aren't too far behind, but this is a major win for Venom Crest. We said they need to find a lead early, and they are starting to do that onto crucial members. Now a double kill going on towards that Rex site. Very accelerated at finding that first item. Once Eclipse comes through, Hazard can just start trying to burst some of these people out. And this is all because he is one of these special case junglers. Rek'Sai being able to jump over walls, being very quick around the map. Same with Paul George. And it feels like every time Ruddy tries to go for this play, it always takes him so long to try to get it set up. The Venom Crest always has an answer for it. So if Ruddy wants to try and continue pushing the lead of this game, they need to be quick and snappy on their engages. We talked about the Orianna, we talked about the jungler, how they can pair up together. We haven't seen any of that so far compared to Venom Crest that have played together in this 2 versus 2.
Yeah, no, 100% agree. But, you know, for the side of Roddy, like we kind of discussed, they can buy some time for the Kai'Sa and the Orianna to get those items in before they take a lot of these heavy skirmishes. And, you know, if you are Roddy, you're not overly concerned because you do have a guy called Errol on your team. This guy is absolutely cracked. I remember in the Summer Cup, he played Orianna as well, and the shockwaves. It wasn't even like, oh, it was one massive shockwave to kind of win the game over. It was just, oh my god, hooking the bot side. Dredge line is going to catch Sin, sleeping, trying to pick up the wave. Tryhard Matthew going to land one more auto attack as he does survive. The ignite does not tick away, but I think Jamsu might have to pay for his sins. He does sidestep away from one mystic shot, but with Hazard here, that's going to confirm his kill. No chaos coming in from the jungler as a 2v2 in the bot lane as Sin, a little bit of an overstep. Great hook coming out from Reeton. That sets up the kill for the Ezreal.
And that's a perfect explanation. It's just a massive overstep from this Kai'Sa. There's no reason to try and take that. You just wait for the wave to crash into your tower, take it then, Rel comes in, and you're perfectly safe. The only way that Ezreal wins against this Kai'Sa is if he's able to hit all of his abilities, and because Kai'Sa was out of the wave as well, it allows him to do so. So now we see 1 kill going over towards the Ezreal. We see the first item completed from Hazard, and that's the thing I'm most excited for, because I want him to start making more plays towards this bot lane, as he can just 1v1 anyone in the game right now.
Yeah, really, really strong. And I think, well, I like what Roddy are doing here. You kind of lose out a 2v2 on the bot side. You go into the other side of the map, secure yourself some grubs. I actually personally think grubs is really, really powerful. Once you get 6 grubs, you have the push power, which is unmatched across the map. So I do like that call to try and get something on the other side of the map. Whilst, well, I mean, for Venom Crest, like, honestly, it's so amazing to see that they are not afraid to take it to a top dog in the league.
You actually get 48 damage per second on these towers with those 6 Void Grubs, so really comfortable to be able to pick that up. Olaf in the top lane has got himself a 10 CS lead, almost 20. Hasn't got any tower plates towards his name, so won't be able to make much use of that early on. But once that first item starts coming through from Olaf, I'd like to see him in maybe a major team fight, start turning things on, and that might be how Venom Crest can push their lead, is round this next dragon in 1 minute 25. If Olaf has his first item completed, you can start looking for the Orianna Shockwave, plus the Olaf, plus the Xing Zhao, and they get such a massive power spike that they can use to start turning the game into their favor.
Yeah, and the combo, it's really not that difficult to pull off either. It's, you know, put the ball on the Xing Zhao, Xing Zhao goes in, and it's a pretty nice ball delivery system. Of course, it's really important to take into account that I'm pretty sure Errol would be able to hit big shockwaves without the help of a delivery system, but the fact that the Xing Zhao is there and Olaf, as it stands, very far ahead in the top side, might become a massive problem later on in the game. It can kind of beg the question, like Venom Crest, that they're doing the right thing, but you know, against these particular players, it is important not to slip up at all, because they can punish you.
As Hazard looking up the wall towards the top lane. With him being so far up towards the top side, it does seem like Venom Crest want to give over the second dragon and look for something else, unless they will be making a play towards the mid lane pretty early on. And with the reset coming out for bot lane, we can see that Trinity Force finished and that Malignance. And when we see these item spikes, you can see the first couple kills really starting to build a lead for this team.
Yeah, and well, I think in terms of the Kai'Sa, gone for the Static Shiv, has a lot more wave flow. I'm going to stop my point here because there is an invade coming out from Crisis and Jamsu. I think Hazard and Reeton have full information that this is happening, with no one showing on the bottom side of the map. Tryhard Matthew staying in the bot side. It's just going to be start of the Dragon, but I think Venom Crash Serpent are fully aware that this is happening. They're starting to make their move into the pit. Crisis trying to drag that dragon out of the pit, and the Dredge line is going to allow to start this one off. Already Jamsu does get the combo off, but is eliminated from the fight. Followed through with Paul George's kill onto the Rel, and it is a 2-0 plus an Infernal Dragon. Venom Crest Serpents looking like the better team out of the two today. They are very far ahead of this play to get themselves the Infernal Dragon, win out the fight, and it's looking so good for the underdogs.
And the main winner of this was a ward placed earlier on by Reeton. They had full information of where everybody is already, allowing them to play this amazing engaged composition. Because the thing I was really scared of for this Venom Crest roster is, how are you ever going to walk in? You have a Xing Zhao, Orianna Bull, they can just combo you to death with Ball, but with that being down,
yeah, they get a bot lane turret, but the fight is going to break out, and a teleport is used defensively and successfully. As Shy, it's now your turn to take part in this game. A bit of a KS, but well done to you to protect your bot lane, get that bot lane turret. A lot of goals into the pocket of the Ezreal and the Nautilus. The other side, Crisis, again, we'll just have to settle for a cross map for now. Roddy, they are backs against the wall right now because they are really far behind in this game.
It's really difficult. They do scale better into the game, but we just weren't expecting this. Akuz has been amazingly neutralized in this top lane. Yes, has a 30 CS lead and finally got that top lane tower, but hasn't been able to find a kill or anything else in this situation. One thing I would have actually liked is if Blue George reset slightly earlier, could have TP towards that top lane and saved that tower. But with those going over, we will be seeing a swap from the AD carries in the bot lane going towards the mid lane, as both teams yet again trying to play around their wing corners of Death Rush.
Return gonna get caught in that bush. He is left alone for now, but without the lack of information that Roddy have of the whereabouts of Reese's teammates, they won't pursue that kill any further. I think they knew, they had a sniff where people were, but Tryhard Matthew goes very aggressive in the mid lane. Dredgeline did not land onto Errol as Paul George secures a solo kill onto Sin on the bot side. And that's another kill going over to the hand of Venom Crest Serpents. Didn't quite catch that one on camera, but Sin does fall. I also see him falling with both summoner spells up, and Akuz gonna try and make something happen for the side of Roddy as he chases down Shy in the top side. He will get some backup from Hazard, but he does have that Ragnarok. Doesn't quite land the axe, so we'll just have to back off for now. Venom Crest Serpents making the plays happen on the bottom side of the map, despite almost dropping in the mid lane.
It just feels so disjointed from this Ruddy side. The game we saw beforehand, the mechanical prowess was enough to win them the game. But now they're playing the way Venom Crest want. They want these scrappy fights. They want to try and pick you up with their combination of the mid 2v2. And on top of that, is Ruddy in the mid.
Oh yeah, Depth Charge is going to knock up two. Errol still has that shockwave, and I'm keeping my eyes on it. Hasn't used it for now, and Reeton already down as Errol's going to pick him up a kill. Bit of an overstep there, slightly unsynchronized team fight. They might look for Crisis on the exit, forcing the flash out of the Xin Zhao. And done well. I mean, Roddy, they will pick themselves up a kill. They get that top lane push as well. They are still a little bit behind, but considering the kill score, that gold lead isn't that big at all.
Only 200 gold, and this mostly comes down towards the CS. Mid up 10 CS, top lane up 30 CS. Bot lane is completely even, so because of that, it doesn't look as big as you want it to look. And the big thing for Venom Crest in that last fight is they've been playing amazingly around their combinations, but there, Hazard staying towards the top side to make sure that Shy doesn't die is slightly late on that fight. So of course, 4 versus 3, they find the pick off onto Reeton. It won't matter too much in the grand scheme of the game, but Ruddy being very well at being able to spot out one person isn't here. Let's get ourselves this dragon, get ourselves this mid lane tower, and also a kill.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic game from Venom Crest, but a slight overstep. And like I said, against a team like Roddy, you make these errors, they will punish you. Aka's got so much gold off the back of this play because Shy maneuvered himself to the rest of the fight, whilst Aka was just able to push through these side lanes. He got the top side turret. He's now pushing through this bot lane. Very, very far ahead, and I feel like a lot of the gold on Roddy is probably sitting on this Olaf, and look how confident this guy is to just run around the bot side jungle. Tryhard Matthew hiding in the bush. That vision plant will spot him out. There is no fight. There is a dragon coming up soon. Tension's high. They will deploy themselves back to the waves to try push these out.
Crucially, they don't have any vision on Venom Crest, so it's going to be really difficult to try to walk in this position. Olaf, with that first side completed, is going to be the major damage threat. Hazard's not going to be able to jump in without getting bursted out by that champion, so they have to yet again make this fight disjointed as Olaf is behind them. They should have full vision on this.
Yeah, they should do, and Akuz does get spotted out with the Rek'Sai, and here comes the collapse. Crisis doesn't have the flash. Teleport coming in already. Akuz found the flank onto the Ezreal. The fight is going to break out. 2 people getting knocked up. Errol lands the shockwave as everyone starts to drop on the side of the Serpent. Roddy was behind, but no longer, because Errol is here to turn this tide around. Reeton's going to drop to Sin, and that's an ace. Only 2 members on the side of Roddy drop, and a team fight win goes over to the side of Roddy.
And that really could be the feather that broke the camel's back. How do they let Olaf stay behind them like that? There's no way that you should let that happen. You either hard engage into him or hard engage into the enemy team. Instead, they just stay in the same position, letting Roddy collapse on all sides. And when you have an Olaf in your back line against an Ezreal, I feel like we know what's going to happen, and of course, Evo finding a fantastic 2-3-man ultimate. So Ruddy, difficult early game, but starting to turn it round into their favor, as I expect second item to be completed by the Kai'Sa when they get back, and same with this Orianna.
What a team fight coming out of Roddy. I don't think anyone expected the way that fight played out to play it out in that way. They were behind. Venom Crest had been playing this game so well, and it was the late arrival of Errol. Venom Crest was sucked into that team fight. Errol arrived late, landed that beautiful shockwave, and that's the end of that story. They are now in the driver's seat. They got themselves that second dragon. I mean, kill score still looking decent for Venom Crest. They're not exactly, out of this game just yet. There's still some power in this Rek'Sai and the Ahri, but that fight, oh, beautiful from Errol.
Yeah, I'm taking a look towards this top side. Seeming like Nautilus wants to make a play up here. He only has a short window to do this. His enemy team will be coming in. So he's opting in to get himself backed off. The main goal for Ruddy, with now getting themselves a lead, is gain vision around this Baron and just let Olaf play towards the bot lane. He easily wins that 1v1, and if he can pressure even 1 or 2 members down with him, Ruddy can just force onto that Baron. As you can just see, Akers this whole game with those extra tower plates, with kind of gets such an easy champion like the Ornn, he can just walk all over him.
Yeah, and Shai's been doing a decent job at holding down the fort. It's not much like of a fault of his. This is just the nature of the matchup. If the Olaf plays it well, and Akers is a very talented player in his own right, and so he's doing exactly what he's being demanded to do. He's winning out on the side lane as the Olaf into the Ornn. Shai has had presence in some of these fights, but at the end of the day, look at the gold that the Olaf is currently sitting on. I mean, it's not being shown on screen, but it's probably quite a lot. I'm looking at items, working towards that second one. I'm assuming that's going to be a Sundered Sky. Once that gets locked in, it is a rough situation. It becomes even worse for the Ornn. This is where Olaf's healing just skyrockets through the roof. Yeah, it's going to be tough on the side lanes, but I mean, I'm hoping to see what Venom Crest have caught Ruddy off guard on is these, almost borderline psychotic, aggressive plays around the map, like Reeton randomly landing that hook onto the Kai'Sa. They need to follow this line of play because I think that really does fit the strength of their roster and their team composition.
Or even randomly jumping over a wall with an Ahri ultimate, hazards, tunnels. Find a good pick of, Venom Crest can get themselves back into the game. Still, my big concern is Hazard needed to find a lead early. He did, but now is he really in a lead? He has those 2 items completed, but everyone else does. And if he ever tries to walk into any of these team fights, he's just getting blown up. So Venom Crest can never put themselves in a position for this fight. And with these dragons starting to slowly stack up on this Ruddy roster, where can they even look? Except for maybe the side lanes, it just always feels like Ruddy is in control of this game.
Yeah, and right now it is very difficult for the side of Venom Crest. You can kind of see what they're trying to do, play with the side waves, kind of draw Ruddy around, but it's difficult for them to control the map, especially after the way that last team fight went. And they might be having a little bit of, concern with the way that they are approaching the map right now based off that last team fight. And you can kind of see it in their map movements.
They're being very methodical in the way they want to play, as every single time...
Fight is going to break out. Speaking of methodical, Sin is down. The shutdown locks in for Hazard, and the bot lane of Roddy are down. Just as we said, land that random engage for absolutely no reason, and you will catch your opponents off guard. 2 members down from Roddy. They're going to continue the chase. They pursuit for Errol. Reeton has found the hook, and he's going to find this Orianna still alive. The shockwave is good, but not good enough. The shutdown for Hazard again in the hands of the Rek'Sai, and now it's going to be Crisis and Akers trying to do what they can. They are hanging around. The smite still there for Roddy, but Reeton lands the dredge line. The call of the Forge God goes wide, but Crisis is going to jump into his death. Hazard goes onto a killing spree, and Akers, he is going to try to go activated as the Ragnarok means he will run through the entire Venom Crest and slay down Try Hard Matthew. It does result in Venom Crest not being able to secure the Baron, but they did win out on the fight in general. They caught Roddy off guard. This game is so back and forth. I have no idea where this is going to go. Oh my god, Sin! Well, speaking of where it's going to go in the hands of an Ahri ulting away. He's fine.
I was about to say it's Ahri. Has 3 flashes and a flash of herself. She was completely safe there. Dragon is going to be up in 6 seconds. I expect this to be going over to the side of Ruddy, as Matthew is not going to be up and available. And I don't know how Venom Crest is doing this. They're constantly finding ways where Ruddy aren't expecting it. And that's one thing that this team has been fantastic at. Ruddy's a team that has just been newly formed. Yes, the players are fantastic, but they aren't used to playing with each other compared to Venom Crest, who has played together for so many seasons. Of course, they're going to be able to have that snap engage and always be on that same page, and it's really been the only reason they stuck themselves into this game. As with that Dragon going down, Venom Crest, they're just trying to sneak this.
Yeah, Venom Crest, they are trying to sneak that Baron. The notification of the Dragon being secured by Roddy means that they know that they are on the other side of the map, but this is not the fastest Baron in the world. And it is only half HP, and the entire of Roddy are here for the fight. But Rayton is going to land the dredge line. That's a beautiful crackdown into the Magnet Storm, and the Shockwave is going to catch everyone from the side of the Venom Crest Serpents. As there's a shutdown onto Hazard, they're going to chase for more, as Crisis, with a low amount of HP, is feeling confident to start this Baron up. And that's a beautiful engage coming out from Jamsu. He has struggled for the majority of this fixture, but he's going to find that amazing rail play. The wind becomes lightning, tags onto Dryad Matthew, which lands another kill for the side of Roddy, and that Baron belongs to them.
And it's just a desperation play from Venom Crest. They get outscaled. They only have a small window to try to make this happen. They wanted to see if Ruddy was not on their guard, but you could see when that straight up started, Ruddy knew something was going on. Straight went for that engage, get themselves that fight win, get themselves Baron, and now yet again, they are in full control. This Olaf has been a huge menace on the side lane, and now with Baron on top of that, I expect him to be dominating here. And yet again, it's the same thing for Venom Crest. I can't blame them for going for the play, but when you see the enemy team coming in, you just have to disengage slightly faster.
Yeah, and I think maybe it was a lack of understanding of Baron damage, because, you know, taking a look at their team composition, this isn't a Baron shredding composition. There's no Cassio, there's no Kai'Sa, there's no Isaiah, or whatever Baron shredding champions there is. You know, this is an Ezreal and an Nari. Not going to one-shot the Baron. And whilst the call, maybe it was not too bad, I think based off the composition they had, they were better off probably setting up a turn as opposed to just trying to finish off the Baron.
Definitely think I agree with you there, as we have a 4-man unit towards the top side. Ruddy is just showing how
Oh,
strong
well,
they are.
yeah, but there's an engage coming through towards the Fort God. Only tags onto one, and Paul George has dashed into melee range with the Spirit Rush, meaning Akers is going to be able to finish him off, as the rest of Venom Crest Serpents are on the run, because Akers is in the Ragnarok, chasing them down underneath their own turret. And the Shockwave, once again, coming out from Meryl. It's going to eliminate multiple members from the side of the Serpent. The Ace is going to come in as a double kill. Sin gets locked in for him. And the bot side of Roddy, they struggle throughout this game, but the last two team fights, they have popped off an immense amount, and it's gonna be the two Nexus turrets exposed. It will be the end of the game, and despite the fight the Serpent put up, it is gonna be Roddy who pulls through and wins 1-0.
I would say that was close, and it shouldn't have been. It should have easily been Ruddy with the things we know about these players. They are clearly the stronger team, but Venom Crest constantly found ways to get themselves in the game and back into the game. If they were slightly stronger on pushing their lead forward, I see a world where Venom Crest actually win this. They got their lead with Rek'Sai and Ahri towards the mid lane, but they just weren't able to push it far enough, and then later the game goes, it's just a team fighting comp against an early game comp. We know who's going to be winning that. Eero finding some fantastic ultimates, but that's just all on the back of Akers. On this Olaf being able to get those side lane towers becomes such a huge menace. He could just walk through 5 members and just not die.
Yeah, we were kind of touching on in the game, Akers was kind of left on the side lane by himself, slowly creeping up in the gold numbers. The CS difference between Akers and Shy was growing to a detrimental amount for the side of the Serpents. And again, it's not a fault of Shy. It was just how the matchup played, but I have to credit Venom Crest Serpents for the way they played. I liked their attitude going into a powerhouse team, but at the end of the day, the team fighting coming out of Roddy, especially their bot lane and Errol as well, was just too powerful. So, yeah, a tough result for Venom Crest Serpents, but they can be very happy with the way they played.
I really think it's positive. You have to be positive. You're going against a team like Ruddy, and you practically beat them early game, and then sure, you mess up the late game. That's very much fixable. The hardest thing for these teams is finding the lead early, and this team has clearly done it.
Yeah, well, we will be throwing over to the is it analyst test, the break? Yep. So to cover the rest of the game.
Thank you very much, Sovonix, and welcome back, Zathos. We saw Ruddy close up another pretty confident win. Great Pikachu shock faces all around. We're all very, very surprised, especially after we did have some problems with the draft, and it seems like they were borne out fairly consistently. Pivotless, we did see some attempts at plays throughout the mid game, but you were certainly somewhat frustrated with the amount of the map that Ruddy was able to play, despite not being the ones with the early game comp.
Yeah, certainly. It felt like relatively consistently in this game. Venom Crest is getting...
just like a.
Oh, I mean, as per
FYI.
it's second time today. But
Yeah. Get it all out on the first shot.
so yeah, just get it all out on stream.
Yeah.
So, relatively consistently throughout this game, you find Ruddy are losing the fight, but then Venom Crest just don't have the time to take the objective that they're looking for, which means if the play resets, Ruddy gets to open back out onto the map and then take the objective. You end up with Ruddy getting a lot of neutrals despite being down kills early game, which is a shame.
Yeah, it was pretty tough to watch that lead continue to grow, despite the kills going in the favor of Venom Crest. Now, Zathos, we have a replay to queue up here of one of the pivotal moments, and we saw, and Sovonix was mentioning at the end there, just the lead quietly growing for Akers in that top lane, that then came to a head around a certain dragon fight where the impact was certainly felt. So if we cue that replay, you want to talk us through the impact that Akers Olaf had on this game, which looked, to the untrained eye, like it might have been fairly even up to this point.
I mean, just, yes, it might be even to a lot of people behind the scenes, but these towers give you just so much gold earlier on. And because Akers being on this side lane, you just see how much pressure he comes in. As maybe they could have engaged in towards the opposite side, but they just need to keep going into him. And he's just tanked so much to let his team find the win here. And after these few kills going over towards him, you could just see the amount of pressure he had on the rest of the map, being able to get another tier 2 top tower, tier 2 bot tower, and with this double kill going over, it just felt like nobody could ever deal with him.
Yeah, and as Eevee proclaimed in the green room, at that point, the game was done. The game was over, the fight was, the goal was where it needed to be, Sin and Erol had the money, the carries that we were bigging up, you give them gold, you give them scaling, you've given them a W on the Rift, right? And we saw that coming through massively. Do you want to talk to us a little bit, Eevee, about the Erol mid Orianna as well? We may have a replay to queue up at some point, but you can just tell us a little bit about the impact this Orianna had in the lane and later on.
I mean, in the lane in general, already oppressive, but this here is just impeccable gameplay from Erol all round, right? So we have a... Is this the particular clip I'm thinking of? Yeah, okay. It's 3 people trying to collapse on this at once. Charm goes a little bit wide, Nautilus flashes in. You think, okay, this one's dusted. However, brilliant Shockwave puts them in a position where they can't get the easy follow-up. The flash out from Orianna is beautiful to avoid the hook, and then it's just Ahri in the 1v1. Rek'Sai thinks, okay, no problem. He has it. I'll leave. No. Erol's not done. That clockwork windup means by the end, those autos are doing incredible damage, and Ahri just does not have the power to trade it back. Nautilus is coming in to try and help, but it's too little. It's too late. And Erol from there just gets to control the lane.
Yeah. It's such a quintessential Erol clip. The 1v3 triple gank in mid lane, starting with the corpse of Erol's own jungler in the lane under his opponent's tower, just to really cement the hill that Erol was working upwards in this lane, but gets away with the kill, kind of makes the rest of them look a bit foolish, and that's just the quality that you can expect from the mid lane from a play like this. So Ruddy still absolutely outplaying, right? This is something that Zathos, you were mentioning, that Ruddy, they're just better. They outplay their opponents. They're just kind of outskilling them across the map. From what we've seen so far, we've now seen basically everybody. Do you think there is anyone, or who do you think maybe our best hope is of someone trying to take down Ruddy in this tournament? Do you think anyone has shown anything like that gameplay?
Okay, I have to be honest. I think that Ruddy this game was saved by their composition. If Venom Crest had a late game team fighting composition or anything remotely late game except for an on, I think they can win this game. The reason I think they can win this game is how close were those fights when they shouldn't have been. Olaf found that massive lead we talked about. Even you said about how amazing Evo was on that Orianna. Still very good in these team fights. And they yet again found ways to make Ruddy look like a team that's beatable. So Venom Crest, they come back for slightly different comp. I have full belief in myself that they're going to win it, or at least come a lot closer. So any team has to be them.
I like that we came in. I was wondering to see if we could get anyone to believe in Venom Crest, and then you're still not believing in Venom Crest. You believe in yourself. You believe in yourself that Venom Crest is win, but you can't bring yourself to believe Venom Crest. You know what? We'll get there. We'll see if they can do it. Not yet. But for now, let's roll forward to the last game of the night, because we did have a little bit of a delay going into Game 3. Let's go straight into Game 4. Now, we saw a potential championship team with Ruddy going up against D4 Gamers, who challenged them in the SSSD. Some high-quality teams, to be sure. Now, we've got some very exciting times. We've got Game 4, we've got DMG and Vertex, and I believe when I was reading your notes, Evie, coming into this one, you'd said that Vertex had a Game 1 to forget. And I think we could probably say this about both the teams, to be honest. So,
yeah,
cue us in about both these teams, and like, what kind of day one did we have for the DMG and Vertex times?
Generally speaking, both teams had kind of one player where they looked pretty comfortable. They came out swinging. In the case of Vertex, I would kind of say it's more of a bot side. You know, the Ziggs pick looked reasonably good early, but I don't think it did enough. Right, I don't think Nectarios on the Ziggs was able to do enough. You put Ziggs into Illusion, and having control of the lane is all well and good, but if you're not getting plates, well, you're just not getting that much value. Generally speaking, across the board, though, this team has some really interesting players. I want to take a look at Mike specifically, right? This mid laner loves a Heimerdinger, loves a Quinn. We saw the Quinn in Game 1. It came out into a Syndra. Of course, Syndra, you can't really play Heimerdinger into, so given that, Quinn makes a lot more sense. I don't think it did quite the amount of work you would be hoping for it to do. Of course, a Graves in the jungle as well. Twin AD carry comp, neither of them in the bot lane. But let's see if they can dust that off. Come back to it. If I'm not mistaken, I think we have Sin playing top lane for Vertex today. I could be wrong, but if that is the case, Sin is a player that has been around for a couple of years, at least in my head, best remembered for a 2021 UKEL run with Demise Academy, during which time he was playing some very inventive champions, a bit of Kai'Sa in the top lane even. So, if that is the case, and he is playing for Vertex today, I'll be very curious to see if they pivot their drafting style a bit more to facilitate a carry top, whereas they had Ornn previously.
If that's actually, because I hadn't put 2 and 2 together, if that's the same Sin, that's crazy, because I remember that Kai'Sa top lane. I remember it dismantling the entire meta of the league for weeks. So we'll see if we've got any spice of that level. And I just want to add, it is, we could tell that you're just a consummate, you know, natural born on camera talent pivotalist. Comparing green room pivotalist to on camera pivotalist, we get Game 1 is done, Ruddy is completely, this game is over, into the Quinn didn't do quite the work that we wanted it to do. It was 0-3, completely smashed by
It's down
the Syndra.
60 CS. It was being dismantled in every way, shape, and form. But hey, if he likes the champion,
he likes the pick. You know, we did not quite achieve what we perhaps needed to. So we'll see if we can get a little bit more out of Mike in this game. It's Zathos. Talking about these two teams, let's look a little bit more at DMG. So we'll get the roster up here. They got pretty much outclassed by Ruddy, as many have been wont to do. But what was some positives and what was some impactful things that you saw out of DMG from that game?
Well, the big thing is they know their playstyle, and that is these team fighting comps. And more importantly than that, you said that one team has a unique pick of a Quinn. Try a Mundo jungle. That's what this team can do. Rigged was able to pick it up and had a fantastic game, went 7-4-0. His team did lose. The team did look shaky, if I'm being polite towards them. But so far, they are still showing some signs of life. One thing I really want to talk about, I want to see a little bit more from this team, is play towards your bot lane. They picked Jinx last game with a Thresh. Rhynex, somebody who is new to this league, but he wants to be this hyper carry. And if you give him the chance, the opportunity, I think he might be able to do so. If this team wants to perform and beat Vertex here, I want to see them playing around that bot lane, seeing if they can find a lead there. And, you know, picking a normal jungler that is a Mundo. Even though it looked good. Just pick Sejuani, J4, anything like that.
Yeah, you can still build Warmogs, dude. It's fine. You can still build a tank item. Don't worry about it. But perhaps we'll also be able to do something else. Okay, so one thing I want to focus on here is we've seen, while we're waiting for the draft to start, we've seen a lot of focus B1 bot laners. We've seen Ezreal B1s that have suffered. We've seen Jhin focus coming in the bans and the picks, and we're starting to see some punishment there. You mentioned you wanted to see the Jinx, Zapdos, coming out of here, and this is something that we've maybe would have wanted to see already. Given that we have this spice across the rest of the map, if you're having Mundo jungle, if you're having Quinn mid, if you're having all of this weird stuff, is there actually room for any creativity in the bot lane besides just picking Ezreal, Jhin, Ziggs, and Kai'Sa,
Okay.
I guess? Or do
Hear
you
me
have...
out.
Yeah,
I'm
give
cooking.
us your pick.
I got something for you.
Let him cook.
So, guys, if you ever dealt with a Ziggs bot lane and it sucks, well, for me, it sucks all the time. But if you pick something like a Caitlyn into it, add Emilio, maybe even something like a Nami, that lane starts becoming a bit more difficult. And that's what I want to see from these UKL teams. And the big thing that they're having issues with is they keep following the meta of what other people say. And the most important thing is, as a player, you're the one who dictates the meta. So if you think that Ziggs is an issue, find a way around the Ziggs with a unique pick. And that's going to be super important in this game. Because you said about that Jinx pick, is it playable? Is there anything else we're going to see? Jinx into Ziggs is going to scale fine into it, but my concern is how much does the Jinx give up early game on towards that pressure? As you said about the side of Vertex, they really want to play for this mid jungle, especially when they want to play both AD, Ziggs in towards that bot lane. I want to see a way for the side of DMG to counteract that, and I think Caitlyn could be that answer.
Yeah, I mean, Caitlyn could be the answer. I mean, it does seem like a specialty pick that comes out with certain strategies that can use it, but I don't know, how do you feel about the Caitlyn pivot? Just generally in terms of the meta, and like what would it be a situation, I guess, where you think that Caitlyn could function decently well?
So, generally speaking, Caitlyn almost plays the same way as a Ziggs, funnily enough. The goal of both champions is you want to take 5 plates, swap to the other side of a map, and take 5 plates. And if you're not able to achieve that, the champions, both of them, are not really as good as other sort of analogs for those champions in the same roles. So you look at the AP bot laners, for example. One thing that I'm surprised has not come up more, name that jumps to mind for me is like Fruity Fresh, right? Hwei bot lane. I think Hwei in the bot lane has been consistently phenomenal for more or less since its release, and we very rarely see it. It's actually very good into Ziggs, right? It neutralizes the lane and outscales him. I'll leak my own scrims. We've been playing a lot of Yasuo bot into Ziggs, right? I think Yasuo in a phenomenal spot right now. He has the Stridebreaker build available to him, so there's always the option to think outside of a meta. I think we're starting to see, I wouldn't even say it's a meta developing. I think we're kind of just falling into a pattern of copying what the people around us are doing so far in the league, and I don't think that's necessarily the case. It's why I was quite happy to see the Quinn, even if it didn't perform with Vertex. It shows me that they're willing to do their own thing, to play their own style. I think that's the correct way to go.
So how do you feel like the Quinn Ziggs matchup is? Pivotless. Do you think it's a good matchup for Quinn?
I'm a bottom lane. Well, I'm not sold on it.
Have you ever seen it, to be fair? Has anyone ever seen it?
I'm not intimately familiar with Quinn Ziggs. I can't say I've seen it ever, actually. Like, it's why I like to see the Syndra pick yesterday, right? Even if you were to leave Heimerdinger open and you pick Syndra, suddenly that's essentially a Heimerdinger ban. So there are ways and means around quirky champion pools like this.
No, give me a Seraphine. I want a Seraphine bot lane against Ziggs. Just keep pushing him onto tower. Put Seraphine mid lane, top lane, support, AD carry, all 4 lanes.
I'm not sure I can support this.
Yeah, like we're gonna have to disavow this Endless Desk real quick. I don't know these guys. They just dropped me into this room once this Phoenix call. I swear, I didn't ask to be here.
Man, I believe in it.
Seraphine would be discussed.
Yeah, I did not ask for this. Like, I've not been paid enough for this.
I so hope that they pick it.
At this point, yes, to be honest, it would hit pretty hard. Now, as punishment for bringing Seraphine into the conversation, Zapdos, I'm going to ask you to cook once again. If you had to cook a good matchup for Quinn mid, can you think of an option? What would like be the right time for the Mike Quinn to drop onto the Rift once again?
If they accidentally DC'd, played Yuumi mid, they aren't able to do anything. Totally. You know, maybe if you get your Nan involved, that could be a possibility. Just get her to play League for you.
It's a player angle. That's thinking outside the box again. You've got to sub the Nan in, and then the Quinn can actually just like pub stomp.
Well, the Quinn could be there. Doesn't mean they're going to stomp it. But
they'll
there's
still
possibility
lose,
to put you
to be
alive.
clear. But they might not die 3 times in lane versus someone's Nan. You know?
Maybe once, just to the tower by themselves.
Just a humble single death in the mid lane. So assuming Mike wants to play a real champion in the mid lane,
Ooh.
where
That's hard.
Steady on.
because I know we asked you to cook before. Now we're really cooking. Okay, we're gonna play real picks, right? We're getting into the pick and ban right here. The Heimerdinger has already gone, sadly. So
Busted.
exactly the second real pick from Mike has sadly been removed.
Just ban
It-
Quinn.
In
Yeah,
terms
get
of
Quinn gone, and
imagine
now we're
banning Quinn.
talking.
Dude, that's premium psychic damage from Vertex if they actually drop the Quinn ban to be
Drawing
like,
a
this is...
drawing a Quinn ban with a 0-3 laning phase would be on
Yeah.
another level, frankly.
Yeah, circled all the way back around. You throw the first game to earn a BM Quinn ban to simply secure yourself the mid matchup for the next
okay.
game.
So this tells me that Sin is, for one, playing top lane here. Sin is a big Aurora enjoyer, and I think when you're facing down a, 1.2k LP Pika who loves an Aurora in the top lane, probably best to get that one off the table. Meanwhile, on the
Yeah.
other side, of course, we see this Jinx removed, which, unsurprising somewhat. I think Jinx is somewhat underrated so far in this patch. I think she's a phenomenal champion, and, well, there will be no Ezreal B1 in this draft.
Well, you've been
They
saved.
didn't ban Ziggs. That's what I'm really surprised about. Team Vertex absolutely loves that pick, wants to play for the mid 2v2. We said that there's ways to try and counteract it with that Yasuo. Have they got practice on it? The only time I'd leave the Ziggs open is if you're either going to pick it or you have a major counteraction towards it. And how DMG have been playing, I don't think they've cooked one.
No, Jhin open.
no.
So this
This is
Jhin
not
pick, I
cooking.
think, shuts down your Ziggs, right? I don't think you
Yeah.
can pick a Ziggs into Jhin.
Yeah.
When you consider that Jhin is considered one of the priority Ziggs counters right now, this is another of the common B1 ADCs we've been seeing so far. Notice, however, Kai'Sa is open, and we've been seeing a lot of Kai'Sa into Jhin recently. Let's say it that way. So
Yeah.
it would not shock me.
It reminds me of
Ooh.
what of what Luna was saying earlier, which is there's like a rock paper scissors trifecta of Ezreal, Jhin, Ziggs. However, there's also like 4 other AD carries that can just like smash it off the table whenever you just look outside that trifecta and pick the Lucian or you pick the Kai'Sa, and you can't just we're not operating in a 3 champion meta. There's actually more picks available. So now we have the Lucian, which is very confident in bullying the Jhin out in the lane and into the mid game as well. You can't just go and sit on your own in the side lane, or the Lucian will come and eat you. As the Ahri is now threatening as well. So the Jhin is going to be under a bit of pressure here, but this is a very aggressive early to mid game. We're just going to ram it down your throats kind of team for Vertex here. What do we think the answer needs to be for DMG? I guess we'll maybe see it locked in just now.
I love Lissandra.
Yeah,
I really love Lissandra here. Fantastic in towards the Ahri. Ahri ever tries to ult in. She's not getting herself back out there. Lucian tries to E in. He's not getting himself out of there. One thing I wouldn't have minded is a poppy angle. Really good at trying to stop the Lucian or the
There's
Ahri.
still time. Yeah. That would be sick,
I-
actually.
That lock-in is a very big rigged champion, by the way. Of course, we've seen the Mundo once already, but this now we're getting back into what I would consider to be truly rigged champions. Hecarim is most played champion by far when you look in terms of solo queue, and also Hecarim and Jhin, one of those more forgotten pairings. But when you play Hecarim as kind of a submarine into the backline, you don't have to care about Jhin. He's playing 5 screens away. He can follow your dive with Alessandra as well. We see Varel locked in, unsurprising.
Yeah.
Well strong, but is it that fantastic to the comp? DMG just have so many ways to just say no to you. You have Lissandra, Hecarim as well. Great engage onto that. Just right now, it just feels like DMG is just winning this draft.
I have a bit more of a preference towards like a Braum here for Vertex,
Yeah.
actually, so you can receive this Hecarim engage better. I don't think counter engage is the way to go here.
I'm waiting to see a possible Alistair ban, or otherwise DMG can just have it and use it to knock the rail away. I think the Jhin becomes very safe at this point. They have taken the Poppy, so they've identified the number of dashes that they have on all of their champions. They're going, hang on, I see this. So we've seen that removed, and we'll see what DMG wants to go here. So we're still looking for top, we're looking for support for DMG. Vertex, we're looking for top and jungle. Now, given the Malphite ban, I assume we're still in the targeted phase and we're not necessarily looking for anything strong from the meta here. But for Vertex, what do we need to round this team pump out? Because we've got good mobility, we've got engage, we've got some early game. Pivotless as our resident sub top laner. How do we fix this? How do we round this out for Vertex in top side?
So, typically speaking, it's really rare to get primary engage out of top lane right now. Rel's going to be looking to open on a flank, right? The majority of her fights, but this is not a comp that she's very good at flanking into. So, having something like a Warden in the top side here, if Sin were prepared to just play a Warden, honestly, you could just lock a Cassante. Front line for like your Lucian here, can disengage the Hecarim relatively well. It's good in this position. What I see happening, however, is I think that it's going to lock a jungler with engage. There you have it. I think that Skarner almost definitely goes into the jungle. And we probably just see it, I would expect, like a hard lane counter on R5 for Sin here. They're probably just going to leave him on an island and say, go on, win your lane.
Do it.
Have fun.
Yeah, have a good time. Yep, it's got to be great. So Dassos, on the other side for DMG, we're still looking for top side, we're looking for support. How are we fixing this bot lane matchup? Because we're likely going to see the Aatrox in top lane, but what support do we need for Jhin to deal with this round?
I mean, we have Alistar now. Still possibility, still up. It's instantly slam it down, make sure that Rel can't find that engage. Even if Skarner wants to come in, you can just boop him away as well. Very low economy as a tank. Everything the DMG needs, that champion does. If you want to go slightly further down, you can have that Braum for yourself. Doesn't have that engage worse. Nautilus, probably best possibility with Leona if you want to go for that. Rakan, I'm not... Like, it's good with them, but I wanted a little bit more tank out of their team. My big concern is if this champion gets locked in, if he gets hit by one form of CC on this Vertex roster, he is just going to get blown up.
And it is. It is Rakan.
Okay.
It's dangerous into Skarner as well. Skarner extremely good at preventing Rakan from following through on the engage because Skarner's E, it pulls Rakan out of a grand entrance, so you don't even get the knock-up if Skarner times this well enough. It's certainly harder to execute than Alistar. Yeah, well, there you go. It's
top lane's gonna be fun.
Win your matchup. This is, I'm gonna put this in big air quotes, technically a skill matchup. However, at a higher level of play, Fiora almost always will win this lane extremely hard, and it's the biggest issue that DMG's comp has right now is they're actually not very good at answering side lanes. So Fiora will just be a consummate 1-4 threats for the entirety of this game.
Yeah, so we do have, obviously, asking semi-pro teams to operate a split push comp is tricky at times. Sometimes a risky maneuver to ask them to maneuver that. However, this is an opportunity for Vertex to show us a little bit of the macro here. Or, I mean, well, if you call it macro when you just say we're just going to go as 4 and Sin can go wherever he wants. And that's our macro. So we'll see if that's the way they want to go, or if Sin is if they are just going to end up coalescing and 5v5ing, and how they're going to try and get the best out of this Fiora, I suppose. When we're assuming they're playing to win the lane with the Fiora and then push that and snowball that through the game. I want to see how Vertex manages that. On the side of DMG, we do have this strong, very quick, very snap engage option with the Hecarim, Rakan, Lissandra, and the Jhin ult to follow up, as you'd mentioned, with the Aatrox just kind of there. How is the Aatrox kind of a part of this, I guess? Because the Aatrox might struggle into Fiora, and are we team fighting? Are we just kind of, I like Aatroxing, or...
He's present.
You know what
I think would have actually been
in the
phenomenal
back of shot, just
on this patch when you consider we're looking at blindable top laners that are strong on 14-18 with Hecarim. This is a juicer Shen game.
100%.
And that's not a sentence you hear a lot. You don't hear
but this is a juicer Shen game.
The most exciting thing as well is Shen's a counter towards Fiora and Camille. That's one thing when you go back to Season 5, when it was all about going for this 1-3-1 meta, you just lock in Shen and you say, you're not doing it. If you're going to, I'm just going to ult to the team and TP back. And what have I lost? Nothing. So if DMG rounded it out with that Rakan and with that Shen on top of it, Rakan could have engaged Shen ultimate on top of that. Now you can't kill him as well. So now you've killed 2 birds with 1 stone. But now with DMG, having this Aatrox towards the top lane is given that opportunity for Vertex in that 1-3-1 when they have fantastic. They have the Fiora and they have the Ahri as well. The only big concern I have is these dragons, because I'm expecting DMG to be focusing around them. If they get plenty early on, they will only have about 20-25 minutes before they get towards that last dragon soul, which forces Vertex to fight. And if we look at both of these team comps, you don't have to be a challenger to know who's winning that team fight.
Yeah, I like that DMG does have good options to grasp a hold of the mobile carries of Team Vertex. If Lucian and Ahri can still be locked down, they have good range on engaging DMG, the Lissandra into the Fear, the Rakan. They can stack those crowd control options and actually eliminate a key target. If they're there at the objective first, they can make it dangerous for Vertex to come through. Whether they're losing an inhib on the other side of the map at the time is another question, right? And that's up to Vertex to force that difficult decision to be made. So I like what DMG has kind of in a vacuum, except for the Aatrox, which I just don't really understand. But for Vertex, I think that there's a great volatility afoot here on the Vertex side. It could be amazing. It could be a giga fumble from what we've seen. And as we know, neither of these teams had the best at day one. They would both like to bounce back. They'd both like to set the story straight somewhat here. And we'll see who's actually going to come out with that win. So if I could get a prediction from both of you, last time was a bit of a farce on the predictions front, but Zathos, DMG, Vertex, who are you feeling?
So, first of all, DMG, I'm upset you didn't pick Shen here. Definitely was the best answer, but I will still give it to you.
Now I'm mad we didn't have the Shen.
I absolutely love that
champion.
I absolutely love that champion. Sure, you could say I'm as bad as them for not thinking of the champion, so my bad on me, but I think DMG's got this.
Yeah? You agree, Pivotless?
I'm going to shill for Vertex here. I think it depends heavily on level of execution, though. Like, split push comps are never the easiest to execute, and it all comes down to if they can receive the pressure in the 4v4 well enough to make space for Fiora to play her game.
Okay,
yeah,
we shall see.
I see Vertex.
We shall see if Vertex has it in them or if DMG is able to get those good fights down, but let's go over to the casters. Zathos, back over to you, and Sovnix, get back in here for the final game of the day.
Damn, get back in here. I love that. I love the sturdiness of that message. Yes, sir, I'm here. Yeah, I think the draft, you guys were clearly in favor of Vertex. You guys like the Vertex draft, which is nice. I'm a big fan of Vertex. I loved their run through the Division 2 playoffs up into being promoted to Division 1, but a person I'm an even bigger fan of is DMG's jungler Rigged. I think this guy dictates so much play for his team. I'm such a big fan of this guy. I played against him and I could feel the pressure that Rigged brings to the map. So, I personally, I'm impartial because I like both sides, but I mean, there's a very potentially explosive bot side with the 280 carries locked in. So my eyes are on that for sure.
Yeah, bot lane's going to be super exciting. But you talked about Rigged, and I'm excited for this Hecarim. We get Hecarim Lissandra. Level 6 comes to Lissandra, stuns them up. Hecarim's getting a free kill for himself. And I really think that's the way that they can get a lead during this game. But Sovnix, I'm still scared about this Fiora. No matter how good you are as a team, there's always that looming threat on if you make a mistake slightly too long or you make the game drag out, that Fiora's just going to take your base.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how that turns out for that Fiora as we are ready to load into the Rift and catch all the action. And, well, one thing about Fiora is I'm actually personally a really big fan of this champion. And like you mentioned, yes, you could tick all the boxes if Fiora just causes havoc on the side lane. There's not much you can do. The other argument is that Fiora is incredibly difficult to pull off. If there's like meme of like when a Fiora does a regular Fiora combo, suddenly he's Chinese or something, right? It's kind of like that. It's you gotta be a certain level of skill to pull off this champion. And I don't know too much about Vertex's sub today, Sin. If I remember correctly, Sin played AD carry last game. Haha, just kidding. No, it's different.
He's an old dog. He's an old dog from
different
the UK.
spelling. Oh, is he? Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, it's been around for multiple different years. I want to know if his old hands are able to handle that champion.
Wow.
I'm joking.
Straight away.
No, this player, everyone in UKL, is much better than I'll ever be a League of Legends, and I'm happy to admit that. But Sin, I want to see the team try and play around him, get Ahri to roam up when she can with the mid lane push, make sure that we have Skarner starting over there. Fortunately as well for them, they still have very good bot lane pressure. I'm really excited about first item on the Vertex side. Faulty having, of course, that Malignant, first time Nectorious. They can start looking for fights around then. Still very difficult game. You still have to give it to DMG the longer the game goes, at least in these team fights.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see this DMG roster. They had an unfortunate ending being eliminated by Verdant in the Sunshine Showdown, but I think a very talented squad. Big fan, like as I mentioned already, of Rigged. Also, quite keen on seeing how Akira will perform for the majority of this split. I'm used to seeing him on more hypey champions like the Yone, like the Yasuo maybe. This time on the Lissandra, more of a setup, but understandably so rigged on a, I guess arguably a hyper carry in a sense. You know, I'm used to seeing Hecarim's scale very hard, you know, almost get 10 CS per minute in the jungle and do a lot of damage.
I mean, you're saying that Lissandra can't carry. You've been in the CWL with me. Do you know what that champion can do when he gets himself a lead?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I think, oh, actually, level 2 lockdown. Gible goes for the knockup. Level 1 only for the Vertex bot lane. It looks like Rhynek and Gible will be able to get control, which is, you know, not normal. If I'm not mistaken, Lucian is a counter into the Jhin, so very surprising to see Jhin getting the priority there.
Yeah, it's really hard for Rell to try and play this matchup, mostly because she ever tries to go in, but Khan just knocks it back up, just given the amount of space Jhin needs to be able to hit all of his shots onto this wave, and with that Q as well. The big thing you need to know about this jungle matchup is Hecarim will be slightly faster at clearing down towards the Skarner, maybe giving himself an opportunity to go for contest in towards the enemy jungles. You can already see how these matchups are going. Jhin has prior towards the bot lane with Khan. It's going to start turning over after that first wave. Mid lane yet again. Having this Lissandra being very comfortable in towards the Ahri early on will actually create space for this Hecarim towards the bot side to make these plays. So I expect him to maybe try and split the map earlier on, as we talked about how strong this Fiora is. If he ever goes towards the top side, there is a possibility of maybe an invader with that Ahri and Fiora into him.
Yeah, and you kind of touched on the Fiora there. I think that's definitely worth pointing out that this particular matchup, I know a lot of top laners that consider this a heavy skill matchup. They almost phrase it like it's a counter pick, but only if you play it well. And so Sin definitely needs to make sure he ticks the boxes, dodging away from these sweet spots. And in this trade, definitely not dodging away. Nefaris gonna land that W. Sin half HP. And kind of losing out on this matchup in terms of the trading. Farming decently. That trade did not go too well for the Heroes.
One thing you can always tell about top laners, if they're confident or not, is their first itemizations. We've got Doran's Blade into Doran's Shield. With that first item, looking to try and kill, try to deal damage. And with having jungle.
Yeah, Harikari in the top side. Forces the flash out of Nefarious. Done by him. And interesting enough that the Skarner was the first on the pace on the gank. And taking a look at that top wave on the map as well, the top side of the map, and seeing how that pushes in rigged is there, as well as a fight in the bot side does break out. Faulty in the mid lane duking it out with Akira. Great sidestep of the charm. As if there's a fight happening in each lane at once. It would have been nice to have them all two on camera at once. But no one dies, just a lot of scope.
Yeah, not much is happening.
Whoa, not much happening. But in the bot side, Kakashi forced to flash as Gible did get the knockup close to the wall. Rhynek had that force shot available, chose not to flash forward. Definitely think would have finished off the kill, but Kakashi will get away. Has to use the flash.
Yeah, Kachi making sure that that wave goes under. Fortunately, it will be going back into them, and with that Hextech Flash available, isn't really going to be able to do too much. The big thing about the top lane fight as well is just yet again about these waves, making sure that you can find that crash to get yourselves that first reset. The reason they didn't try and go for that second play after the flash got taken out from Nefarious is because, of course, the jungler rigged went straight up there, making sure that nothing is going to be happening. It's a handshake for now, but I want to see if they can do anything with these flashes. Of course, Railway Champion a little bit harder to engage on, has a W for escape, even movement speed as well. But with Nefarious not having that flash available, you said this is a skill matchup. If you don't have that flash, it makes it a little bit easier to get that outplay than before.
Yeah, and well, ever since that flash is blown, look at that CS number. Nefarious on the stands need to play a lot more safe. And now, that top wave, when that flash was blown, was horrendous for the Aatrox. And now, DMG, they might need to do some damage control, because that Aatrox is slowly creeping behind off that Fiora. Gible is here. Riggs just able to one-shot these grubs, as Hecarim does. One of the fastest scrub takers in the game right now. So top side objective secured for DMG. On the other side, Vertex will get the bot side objective. Would you say this is, well, actually, I'm going to stop my point because Gibble in the top side. Great sidestep coming up from Sin. The World Ender is going to be procced here. I think the parry still available as the Grand Challenge goes down onto Rig. Actually, not available at all. Maybe it was used off camera because First Blood does get locked in. Was a decent attempt coming up from Sin, but at the end of the day, it will beat the kill. Rhynek on the bot side. That is a massive minion wave that any AD carry would be upset at missing. And Kakashi behind closed doors will force the flash out of Rhynek. He's going to miss all of these minions and more off the next wave. Not the best for the bot lane, but at least they get First Blood on top.
Yeah, Rhynek should have moved away just slightly earlier so he could have waited for the Rakan to come down after picking up those Void Grubs. Sin, it was just so unlucky in the top lane, right? He did a fantastic job of making sure that he had 3 members up there and he almost found that outplay. But it doesn't go that way as they will be able to pick up a tower fight towards the spot lane. And with how this game has been shaping out, I find it very interesting how Vertex were the ones to take the Dragon and DMGs were the ones to take the Void Grubs. As the big goal for Vertex is to take a Dragon or 2 early on, join a position to have that extra 5, that extra 10 minutes to let Sin scale into the game. Because yes, he is 1 kill down. You could say he's slightly behind in the top lane or overall in the game. It doesn't really matter. He's always going to be in a point the longer the game goes when he does outscale. So having that first Dragon to his name gives him that extra 5 minutes. And even with those Void Grubs, who on DMG is really going to be hitting towers? You're going to have Lissandra in the side lane doing it? No. Is Aatrox ever going to be able to push the lane against this enemy top laner? Not really. So we're going to have to see if they can make use of the Void Grubs, but so far, it's not seeming worth it.
Oh my god, in the bot side, Gibble goes for the knockoff, and then Nectarius with a beautiful sidestep is going to dodge away from that. The culling does so much damage, and Rhynek is down. Both summoners not available to him, but here comes Rig to try and fight back. Get redemption for his fallen comrade. He's going to have to use the onslaught of Chalice to finish off 1 kill. He's going to chase down his fellow Pony and Kakashi, but the stun might buy him some time. Gibble with the interrupt on the crash down means that Kakashi will fall. Rig goes onto a killing spree. Beautiful setup coming up from their card to set that one up for Rig. And even though the Jhin fell, this benefits the side of DMG.
Yeah, massive benefit for them as mid. He's going to be able to get much off that, but with these 3 kills going over towards Rig, he has been massively accelerating into the game. If he ever wants to go for a play into the enemy jungle or fight anyone, he's going to be in a very strong position. Those boots already finished, already got a pickaxe and a Caulfield hammer. I expect him for the next Dragon to have it in 2 minutes 30. So with this acceleration, I'll see if he can maybe make a play towards the top side to get Sin further behind, because his 2 options are play for the Jhin, maybe get him a little bit stronger for these major team fights later on, or get this top laner further behind in a position where they can't do anything.
Oh, whoa, World Ender being used by Nefarious here. Sin kind of notices there's a pony behind that Aatrox and starts to run away, and that is a really strong Hecarim right now, 4-0, and this is why I was praising this guy, as it looks like Vertex will try and make the cross map happen. Rhynek and Gibble sniff this one out beautifully, so they will have to drop a lot of farm to get out here, but great discipline coming out from him to know my Hecarim is a Thanos on the other side of the map. I do not need to risk my life to die to them and give them extra gold, so they will just back off. And now Harikari to get that Krug camp and a lot more CS dropped out of Rhynek, but I mean, looking good coming out from Rig. 4-0, gold lead in the hands of DMG. Vertex, they need to find more on the bot side.
And with Lucian finding this early game lead, he's amazing at dealing burst damage against one single champion, and with Rigged playing who he does. He can be tanky earlier on, but it waits until that 3rd item before getting that Sterix gauge. There's definitely a possibility, if Vertex get Lucian a big enough lead, that he can, not counter, but find answers to what Rigged wants to do. As the 6 Void Grubs will be going over 3 to the side of DMG, we'll have to see if they can get more things for this as the resets are coming through. I would absolutely love if DMG did contest the 2nd Dragon, as it does mean that the enemy top laner is going to have difficulties to push out later on if they can start slowly stacking them up. And it also does help the Rigged has 1st item.
Yeah, it definitely does.
And boots.
Already, I mean, boots. That's basically the most. That's basically full build for Hecarim, isn't it? At this point,
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I mean, it's a really strong power spike for the Hecarim. almost 10 CS per minute. As on the top side, Nefarious going for an aggressive duel up against Sin. He is going to have to use the World and the Grand Challenge followed with that. This time around, the Fiora is hitting the sweet spots as Sin finds the solo kill. And while both top laners were hitting the sweet spots, Sin hit a little bit more, and he's going to find himself the 1v1 on the top side.
Oh, that's so difficult. We said about skill matchup, and it was looking like Fiora had just one out there. 600 gold lead in towards that favor, 1,000 on towards this Hecarim. I don't think there should be a contest from the Vertex side by how strong this Hecarim is. But they might actually be going for this.
Yeah, they are going for that Q flash from Kakashi, going to secure the stun, and Reinek's game just went from bad to worse. He is one auto attack away from death, and Nectarios with a few more steps gets in range, finishes off that kill, but Rig once again trying to avenge his fallen comrade, but instead gets taken down himself. Akira comes forward with the two-man play, but unfortunately he's going to drop himself as Vertex are outplaying DMG in this bot side fight. Riggs was a little bit too low to enter that one, and he pays the price, and the price is a massive shutdown into the hands of Vertex. They will win out this skirmish on the bottom side, and they are looking good off the back of that play. Gold lead in their hands now.
Yeah, decided not to pick up their second dragon in case the tempo was good enough for the DMG side. But what even happened there? Why is Jhin still towards the bot side? He should be with the team around that dragon. If he needed to push out that wave, somebody should be coming with him, because it left Riggs all alone with this Rakan. It gets bursted out with the Ahri on top of that, putting themselves in such a difficult position.
Yeah, well, speaking of difficult, Sin finds himself in the 1v2 once again. Riggs does pick that one up with the onslaught of shadows. Harikari knowing that will start the dragon on the bot side, but yeah, no, again, it's decent cross-map players coming from both sides, but I think there's a lack of respect for where the jungler can be on both sides as well.
Completely agree with you. And I was joking about the Void Grubs. If they could make use of it, top lane being able to get a lot of use, should be able to pick up 2 or 3 tower plates for themselves, and this is super important. The longer that this top laner can hold down this, this Fiora, they should be in a much better position. So DMG finding the kill up there is going to be crucial. His first item is completed for this Fiora, but you're just seeing how much this Void Grubs is benefiting the Nefarious, already picking up 4.
Yeah, already in Sin. I don't know if he spotted him out there. He is actually just going to dash forward onto the Hecarim. Nefarious now moving his way over after finishing the turret. The parry is going to land. Nefarious does not quite do enough damage in this current moment in time, and Sin outplaying this 1v2 for now, doesn't land the sweet spot on the Q1, and Sin is just dipping and diving, dodging around these two. Top jungle from DMG outplays them, gets himself the kill. Riggs has to drop, and he's gonna quickly chase down and look at him eyes on the minimap here to see if the Fiora pursues any further. They've got the turret on the bot side as well, winning out on 2 sides of the map. Massive for Vertex. Oh, okay, never mind.
What is happening? Sid is this phenomenal, amazing top lane player, and then he just dies randomly. Super unlucky in that play.
Yeah, well, the team fight is breaking out on the bot side. Harikari gets hit with the Tempest Flora. Good stun. Kakashi over the wall. He's biding his time. He goes with the crackdown. Only catches 2, but it does enough damage. Riggs dead once again. He just respawned. Reinhardt so far behind at the back of the lane, facing the pressure from Harikari in the early game, meaning that he will do nothing in this play. Nectarios gets his 4th kill of the game as this Lucian pick into the Jhin is playing massive dividends for Vertex.
And it's not even that, it's the amount of pressure Sin is able to soak in the top lane. It's fine that he dies there. Yes, it isn't perfect, but he's constantly having Hecarim up there, creating the space for Skarner to focus on this bot lane and get this Lucian ahead. And that is clearly shown in these items. When Lucian resets, I expect the second item to already be completed. And yes, Hecarim, he can find himself a lead, but very burstable early on. And with those 2 items too, Hecarim shows on the same page as this Lucian. If he doesn't get instantly CC'd up, he is going to get bursted out. And when you think about it, even Ahri in the mid lane has been fantastic to even help with this. Ahri constantly getting prior in the mid lane has stopped the Lissandra from moving and trying to deal with this Lucian. So every part of this Vertex roster is trying to help out, allowing this Lucian to find a lead.
Yeah, definitely. So I think the biggest thing here is, whilst this Hecarim is strong, it's very much a glass cannon build. You do get bursted down very quickly, and look at the inventory of Nectarios. Essence Reaver and Navori Flicker Blade completed already 16 minutes into the game, 2-item Lucian, and then you look over to the other side, Rhynek still sitting on a merely static Shiv, 26 stacks even on the Carl, and the difference between the AD carries right now is absolutely huge.
I'm just starting to get concerned from this DMG roster. They found an amazing lead on their Hecarim, but how are they ever trying to push this forward? Lissandra hasn't been in a single fight, or maximum 1 or 2 fights in this game, which has constantly left a position where it's only this 2 players in the top side. We've got Rigged and the Farias going against this Fiora, and it's just constantly losing down that 1v1, and then your bot lane, because of course it's 3 versus 2 there, loses out in that position as well. And now you're getting to the point where whatever DMG is doing on one side of the map, they're losing there and they're losing on the opposite sides. They need to start working more as a team, finding a way to maybe unlock Church of Chovy to go around the map and start joining up with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Akira, a bit of a passenger in this game, only 1 KP as Gibbo went for an engage, and it leaves Rhynek out in the open for Harry Carry to engage on the Impale. Did get flashed away by the Jhin. Has to walk back to his turret without that summoner spell. Good knock up from Gibbo, but it will just be a duking for now. As I mentioned, yeah, Akira needs to find a way to get himself into this game, because being a quiet passenger so far, there is a contest on these chickens, but priority control over to the side of Vertex, meaning that DMG, they're gonna have to start retreating on the bottom side. Nefarious has to use the World End defensively, so there's no combat coming out from this in the middle side. Shutdown going down onto Nectarius, but Nefarious not being able to outplay this one. 40 picks up a kill onto Akira, and Rhynek, like I said, just so weak on the Jhin. That force shot did nothing to the Ahri as Harry Carry goes onto a killing spree, and Vertex just making the plays happen all across the map.
And the question is, was it even worth taking that fight? It was going to be sole point for Vertex, but you're just in no position to ever go for this, because yes, they killed the Lucian, but there's so many other big threats. We got Ahri in the mid lane, easily having that 1.5 item. Even the jungler is a massive tank, so if Hecarim ever tries to go in, there's always going to be an answer for him. And it looked amazing early game. DNG just haven't been able to find a way to open this up as Nectarios.
Yeah, Horus is going to encounter Rig. Rig does not have the onslaught of shadows, but you are an AD carry, so if you get breathed on by this pony, you will kind of just die. And that's 2 deaths in a row coming out from Nectarios into the mid to late game transition, maybe sneaking a little bit at the wheel. And the bot side, Sin gets rooted up, and it's another kill dropped by Vertex off the back of winning a team fight.
It just has to be overconfidence. With how this Lucian's been playing the game, everything funneled into him. He must have thought that Rigged was weaker than he was, but with those 2 items, he's surprisingly strong.
Yeah, and Riggs being very strong, very confident indeed, almost gets Kakashi with that there instead of landing. Oh, that, I don't think there's any objective that they can take away. But now with Baron up, it's a bit of a risk for them to take, so they will just drop this Herald into the mid lane, Impale onto that pony. Nefarious is here as well, so numbers advantage, but now over to the side of DMG, and it is playing through exactly what numbers advantage does for your team. Win out that fight, they take down 2. Might open up Baron, take the Woods back off for now. But Vertex, the last 3 minutes have been very sloppy.
And do you know the best thing about DMG? We said that this mid lane needed to be unlocked to make these fights work. For the last 3 minutes, he's always been there. Lissandra's found a way to either ult somebody or find other forms of CC, and with that, it just starts feeling like a good comp for DMG with that Lissandra, Rakan, Hecarim being able to deal damage, and with him going the Eclipse build, he deals so much against these squishy champions, so he can burst out the Lucian early on, and then later on start dealing with those tanks, especially with Aatrox being there, makes it a lot easier for the Hecarim to go for this more lethality build.
Yeah, and yeah, Eclipse locked in, whilst that is a lot more damage, it also provides Rigged with a bit more of a safety net. There's a massive shield that comes out of that item and will be handy for him as he dives to the backline even more. The one concern for Vertex is, obviously, right now, Rhynek completely out the game. What happens when he actually gets some damage and gets into the game is going to be the question. Is Harikari in trying to go for the invade, gets rooted up, and here comes the curtain call coming out of Rhynek. As suspected, didn't really do much damage, but on the top side, Rig is going to start chasing Faulty. One unit that does a lot of damage is this Hecarim. Will take down the Ori straight away. Gibble defending his jungler immaculately, and he will stay alive for now. The Hecarim surviving even longer, even taking down Harikari. The kill credit went to Akira, and it will open up the Baron buff for DMG. And not that long ago, Vertex just won a team fight, and out of nowhere, it's DMG on the Baron.
Yeah, 2 members are coming up.
Yeah, 2 members are coming up, but coming up to their death potentially is Nectarius is no longer Sin. Tries to outplay it, does get the proc of the Grand Challenge, but now it's Nefarious' turn to activate the World Ender and finish off this last kill. Deadly Flourish gets sidestepped away, so does the Q2 coming up from Nefarious. Sin might have outplayed this one, gets tagged with the W, and he's out! He's actually surviving, not for now. Nefarious is going to dash over the wall. Don't think there's much in it for this Fiora to survive. This is just to buy some time. At very least, they stop the Baron. Actually, yeah, he's out. Well
He's
played,
out,
Sin.
yeah.
That was a bit sinful that he lived. I do want to point that out.
I'm not even going to comment on that joke, Savonix. You're better than this. Oh my god, you are better than this. But fantastic play from Nectorious and from Sin. It doesn't actually seem that good when you first look at it and be like, okay, 2 of us died. What's that great? But the big thing is they stopped that Baron, meaning the Vertex are able to get themselves back onto the map. And the only thing DMG was able to get there was about 900 gold, which Sean's a fantastic thing to get, but they would have much preferred this Baron. So a huge play from there. Now, with Vertex having 1 dragon towards their name, I would actually like for them to maybe give this up and just try to play Fiora in the side lanes, as it's getting to the point where DMG's team fighting comp is just far superior than Vertex's.
Yeah, and well, they are going to try and start another team fight in the jungle. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, but already it's going to be an Impale coming out from Vertex's jungler. Harikari might have carried this team fight, but Rig just does way too much damage. 40 tried to dive the back line, being able to pick up 1 kill, but look who's causing the havoc. It's Rig on the Hecarim, gets another, gets their Eclipse Shield. Nectarius cannot outplay that one as that's quadra kill locked in for Rig. Rhynek survived on the back line, and Vertex dropped 5 members in this team fight.
Rigged at this 3-item power spike, I said he would be tanky, and that's exactly what he is with that W healing. Black Cleaver to deal damage against these attacks, and even that Eclipse for that extra shielding. Just look at how much this man is healing from just this dragon, and what a phenomenal team fighter is with DMG. I said the longer the game goes, this team comp is just going to take over. It was looking really rough at the start with the way that they engaged on towards the enemies, but the Hecarim comes in, and the Hecarim just took over.
The Hecarim completely took over. That extra kill he got into Harikari, procced the Eclipse, let him survive an extra few seconds, and it was enough to take down Nectarius as well. And right now, we're seeing an absolute performance coming out from the jungler of DMG. He is showing up big time, but in the bot lane, it's a Grand Challenge coming out from Sin. Jesus Christ, are you Chinese in real life? That was one of the fastest Grand Challenge procs I've ever seen. Not as fast as the Chinese, but you're basically there, and it's another solo kill in the bot side, opening up some space in the side.
I think Vertex can look for a position to go in, maybe look for a fight, or even to start this Baron. So it's going to force the enemy team with them, and they're going to have to try and match this Fiora with a teleport at least. If Fiora finding that kill, we'll have to see if Vertex can get something out of this.
Yeah, that's a big
You
kill
have to
on
start
the
Baron.
side. Yeah, and well, it is Akira matching. I'm looking at Akira's health bar because it is gone. Sin does have to trade the kill, but right now, Vertex are looking at a 4v3 scenario on the other side of the map. Of course, Rig kind of counts as 10 people at this point in time, but it's still Vertex not really pulling the trigger on the other side of the map, despite Sin getting 2 members of DMG down. A bit of a wasted opportunity, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm super disappointed in this because the first kill was fantastic coming out from Sin, but you need to push that lead by gaining pressure towards the bot lane, at least bring 2 members down and look for that Baron, because Fiora with a Baron is a completely different beast and she's already phenomenal. in this game. But because that hasn't happened, even though they found the kill back, the game is still very much in this low state where both are just happily scaling for this
Oh
game.
my god, Riggs gets Nectarius down to half HP, all on his lonesome. The onslaught of Shadow, Fear's down 3, but Riggs in a 1 versus 3 is just outplaying out of his mind. The jungler of DMG is putting in a 1v9 performance on the Hecarim as he finds 2 members on their lonesome, taking them down. The fight in the mid lane breaks out as Akira is trying to survive, goes into the stasis, and Nectarius is going to arrive around the corner to play this one out in the world, and then he gets the reset. Riggs goes godlike, Rhynek picks up 1 kill, and this pony is the best goddamn thing I've seen in a while.
This champion has a 6,000 gold lead over Hakari. This man needs this permaban. Rick should never have this champion again if he has this performance. He almost has 20 kills on this, and with Baron in hand, it's starting to look like DMG are just taking over his composition. The only chance I'm seeing Vertex to maybe come back is the Dragon in 2 minutes time, but we know how these team fights are going to go. They need to play for these side lanes, but constantly, instead of going for that, Vertex are just going into how DMG want to play, and that's for these team fights.
This is so insane. I just saw a Hecarim sprint into 3 people. Who died?
He
Not
ran
the
it down.
Hecarim. Not the Hecarim. The Hecarim didn't die. Like, what is going on? And no offense to DMG, outside of maybe Kibble, the rest of you are kind of just there. Like right now, Rick is completely carrying this game all by himself. And I haven't seen a 1v9 performance in a competitive game at this level like I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, this man is putting his whole team on his back, and he's saying, I want to win, don't worry about it, just be on my screen and I will do the rest. So all they have to do is whenever there's a team fight, make sure Riggs there. If Riggs isn't there, don't take it. And that's the best positivity thing they can do. As Nefarious is actually still towards the spot side, most likely will have to TP up towards top, unless Sin is just going to take this tower.
Yep, Hullbreak completed, meaning that pushing power is accelerated even more, and that is another structure being brought down. And whilst we're praising Rigged in how he's navigating these fights, let's, you know, start singing some praises of Sin. Yes, he's got 8 deaths, but he's also got 7 kills. He's killed both side laners now. He's breaking down the base ever so slowly, and for Vertex, it's just about the rest of the members try to survive Rigged and see if this Fiora can. It's essentially Rigged against Sin right now, and who's going to carry this game?
100%. Nefarious needs to do the best he can on just defending against this Fiora, making sure that she isn't being able to push in this wave. Without that Baron, Nefarious is pretty quick at clearing those waves.
Yeah, they are looking. Akira does get the root onto Kakashi, but not the optimal target. Nectarius able to run through that top side. Keep my eyes on the mini-map to see how much pressure Sin is able to accumulate here. A lot of side lane pressure. That Baron buff slows him down a little bit, but still winning out on the push. Nefarious didn't get tower dome before. My eyes are locked into what this hero is going to do. Does proc that vital. Nefarious on that trade. There's a fight in the mid lane. Gonna break out. Gibble gets the knockup, but Harikari playing it safe for now. Inferno Drake secured. That's their second dragon in the game. Extra amplification onto the DPSs. Just be the back off from Vertex, because they do not want anything to do with this Hecarim, but Sin does get the kill in the side lane, forcing the recalls out of DMG. Gonna buy some time for Vertex. Like I said, it is literally Hecarim against Fiora, and in this particular play, it's Sin that gets the inhibitor.
Yeah, Sin's having so much difficulty.
Oh no. Yeah, Akira does get the CC off, and Sin having to run away. He's gonna use that claw. Lands the slow with the Q. Deadly Flourish gets sidestepped away, but not that last Q. That's a great parry, and Sin is gonna not outplay us. That's Sonya's from Akira. Gonna outplay that one. It did buy some time for Vertex to push through the mid lane turret. They don't eventually get it, but they bring it to half HP. And like I said, it's literally this Fiora holding down the lifeline for Vertex.
Yeah, both of these teams have their 1v9 carries. It's the Hecarim versus this Fiora. And when you talk about 1v9 carries, you usually think about a top laner who's able to split push, find these leads, maybe even a Tryndamere, Camille, or Fiora. And that's exactly what we're seeing, because it's constantly bringing 2 or 3 members down and still finding those outplays. You can't really blame Aatrox, as when this Fiora is so far ahead of you and a champion that is clearly piloted by somebody who is very comfortable on it. There's not much you can ask this guy. So DMG are in a position now where they just need to try and force fights to make it where Fiora has to either join the team, or if she doesn't, they win the fight so hard that they can get something afterwards. Because everything so far is DMG's won so many fights, but have they really gained much off it? Yes, they've got 2 dragons now, but there's still plenty of these outer towers up. They haven't even broken open the base yet, so they need to try and get something after these fights.
Yep, definitely so. And you can see the vision setup coming out from DMG on this bottom side of the map is making sure that they get control of this. Sin has respawned, but that Fiora threat not on the side lane. And Riggs is just going to go in with the onslaught of shadows as he starts this one off and might be the one to end it. The crash down from Kakashi does catch 2, but look out, Riggs in the back line. He's eliminated Sin. The Fiora is down, and it's now the 2 tanks left for Vertex as Nefarious goes forward with the World Ender. He hasn't landed any sweet spots for now, but that W landing is going to catch Kakashi, and he is dead to right. DMG, they win this one out, and it's only 1 member down. Only Akira is dead. That's a great impale, but Harry Curry, you are not going to outplay this one. He does eventually get that big shutdown on the Riggs, but DMG, off the back of an immense performance coming out from Riggs, will be able to scrap this win out.
Savonix, they get the win, but was it a confident win? Probably not. There was a lot macro-wise that they could have done better. This game should have been over in 25 minutes, but they had to keep pushing it further forward to make it a 32-minute game. So Rigged, fantastic job of what you did, but if this team wants to go further in the UKL, we need to shore up a little bit on those side lanes in the macro.
I think the concerning thing for me, if you are watching DMG here, is that this Vertex side has been labeled as one of the weaker teams coming into this tournament. You know, at the bottom of a lot of people's tier list alongside Gucci, RIP. But but you know, and then DMG, they are I would say a middle of the pack roster in the UKL Division 1. And they did not look like that today, if I'm being honest. Like, outside of Rigged and Gibble, I would say there were struggles. Nefarious was getting solo killed permanently up against the substitute top laner on the other side. And, you know, the game, I'll be honest, this was Rigged 1v9. It wasn't DMG beat Vertex. It was Rigged just completely carried the game. And I definitely have faith in this DMG roster. They are really good. I rate them very highly, but... yeah, a concerning performance, but at least they were able to scrap out the win.
100%. One big thing is for Vertex is their main player was their substitutes. They really need somebody else to step up on this roster if they want to try and get a few more wins in the UKL.
Yeah, that definitely does have to be the case. I mean, Vertex can be happy with that game, but we'll see what the caster desk, or the analyst desk, sorry, has to say as you will go and rejoin them to break down the rest of this game.
Thank you, Savonix. Welcome back, Zathos. Well, I can't say I expected a game like that out of Rigged. You did warn us, somewhat, Pivotless, of the Rigged Hecarim, but I did not expect a 21 bomb from the Hecarim dragging the sleeping team across the line. That was absolutely wild. So we'll first just address the Rigged of it all. Pivotless, how was Rigged able to turn this modest Hecarim 3-0 start into I'm one-shotting the Lucian every fight?
So, what you tend to find with Hecarim is this champion rather needs to be punished inside his own jungle early game. The reasoning behind, let's say you're in your Platinum Elo solo queue game, and the enemy jungler is 80% win rate, Korean character summoner name, locks in Hecarim, and runs over the game. That's because typically, those Hecarims aren't being punished inside their own jungle early, and in this game, Rigged was not. Not only that, we look towards the top lane early, Sin takes a fight, but some would deem unadvisable, trying to turn into a 1v3 under his own tower as the 3 champs are disengaging at level 6. Hecarim gets that kill. It's not ideal, and it snowballs so rapidly. Hecarim is a champion that just gets out of control so quickly, uses Eclipse phenomenally well with a W, just becomes unspeakably tanky, and there you have
it is. Yeah, there it goes. There it went. Let's take a look at a couple of replays from this Hecarim, because it was just truly a sight to behold. And Zathos, you were there watching it happen live as this Hecarim was doing this. Did you believe in the Hecarim going through these plays, or were you expecting Rig to have finally pushed it too far?
Oh, it was really difficult because I believed in Hecarim to be able to win this game, but to do this, no. Not at all. I thought that he was just going to get instantly charmed into CC from the rail and he was just going to die, but he was just fantastic at being able to find ways to either dodge something or make this small outplay. And that's the whole thing about this game. This Hecarim was able to make things work that I didn't believe was going to work. And same on the other side. Sin was able to make these fights work that shouldn't have worked.
Pushing that Hecarim absolutely to the limit while also very, very ahead. Excellent game from Riggs. And I uttered the name Lars Fiora in the green room, and I fear we may have developed a permaban, perhaps, for DMG. So if we're lucky, we'll get to see the Rigged Hecarim again. Will we? I just don't know. But let's talk about Sin a little bit, Zathos. As you've queued us up here, we needed solid split push macro from Sin. Did we get it? Yes.
No.
No, we didn't.
No.
We
Okay,
did
so
not.
on cards, you have to be like, so he made this play he shouldn't have made that play. He should. So many plays he shouldn't have done. The big thing about these split pushing champions, it's about what can you get when the enemy team is away from you. But it kept feeling like Sin was, what can I get when the team's there? Can I get an extra kill? Can I get something else? And that wasn't the goal of that pick. And the best answer to say the Vertex didn't understand how to play around this pick, and sure, Sin had a fantastic game, is they kept going for these dragons. You pick up the first two and you keep side lanes instead, but they just kept going for the wrong plays.
Yeah, you want to talk us through this replay, Pivolis, as we see Sin, a classic Sin moment in the top lane.
Yeah, a classic Sin moment. So this has been a lot of this game, right? Fiora dancing around tower shots, just chipping away Aatrox under tower until he finds that window where he can commit to the engage. Hullbreaker finished by this point, so he knows if his Aatrox goes, the inhibitor goes with it. And this Q is monumental. Doesn't matter what Aatrox does after this point, it's cooked. That Aatrox is dead, and with it goes the tower, goes the inhib. The issue is that after this play, immediately after this play, Lissandra takes a recall, will chase us down, and yes, the inhibitor goes, but Sin, leave, buddy. Your job here is done. You're not getting the Nexus off this play. Mistimes the W, will take a lot of damage as a result, has the rest of DMG coming in from the side to collapse as well, and whilst that Deadly Flourish will just go wide, doesn't matter, forces Sin to take a back step, will eat the damage from Lissandra afterwards, and boom. Into the stasis, Fiora dies again, and this happens quite repeatedly during this game. There's a lot of times where Fiora is taking deaths that are strictly unnecessary. He does his job, and then overreaches a further 20 seconds afterwards, dies for it, and at the end of the game, we see 8 kills on that Fiora. Great. Multiple 1v2 outplays. Also 10 deaths.
Yeah, we've got the mechanics, we've got the 1v1s, we've got the moment picking to start that fight off. We need a little bit of the judgment on the post-play, perhaps, from Sin, and we could have had a dynamite Fiora game that could have saved it, to be honest. I was going into that final fight in the bot lane, I was thinking, if Rigged doesn't win the game right now, I fear that Vertex is going to win, because Fiora's hitting 4 items, she's cracking inhib, she's about to do the thing that Fiora's supposed to do, and then the rest of Vertex just need to hold fast, but Rigged was on time, on cue, diving in with the one shot and ended that game. So, DMG secures the win. Vertex falls to 0-2. DMG now at 1-1. But certainly some positives to take away from Vertex. We do know that I liked the Lucian pick into the Jhin. And we did see the Fiora certainly making an impact, and with a little bit of tempering, perhaps we could see a little bit more from that. So, any last thoughts? Pivotless, you have been on the desk for a long time today. You've seen a lot of gameplay from today. There's been a lot of crazy games, a lot of individual highlights, honestly, from today. It was a bit of a highlight factory. So how do you feel coming out today? Any particular favorite moments or any final thoughts on the day?
Final thoughts on the day is, for me personally, this Hecarim is a bit more of an off-the-wall pick. And as I was talking about earlier, we've sort of fallen into a pattern where we're just picking what we're picking because the people around us are picking it. And you see this Hecarim comes out for Rigged. It's a champion that he is ultra comfortable on, and he pops off immensely. And I want to see more of it. It's some of the best moments come from these champions that individual players understand the matchup 10 times better than their opposite number. We see a bit more of that. We've got some real competition to see for the rest of this split. Quinn Heimerdinger players, sure, but there's a lot of creative stuff we could see, and I want to see some more of it.
Yeah, you can get the 0-3 Quinn, or you can get the 21 kill Hecarim. That's on the table. It's all a possibility. It's all to play for. Zapdos, give us your final thoughts as well, and as a bonus question, how many more times do you think we are going to see the Rig Hecarim this split?
Well, are we classing bans as well? If bans every single game that Rig's in it, I feel like you might get one more game. There's going to be one team that's just going to be in that green room. It's like, it's not bad, guys. I can deal with it. We're a different team. We're not Vertex. We're going to be able to deal with this. So, except for that one. And on today, I think the biggest thing that anyone who's watching or can learn from is clearly Ruddy is meant to be the best team. But somehow Serpents were able to either go against them and show a solid fight. So it doesn't matter if you're the top team or the bottom team. You can always make a way back into the game. And I'm really excited for that Venom Crest Serpent game against Ruddy, because I really think that there is an opportunity later on for them to pick up a win and for any team in this league to pick up a win against any other team.
Yeah, and if I had to pick a jungler who could go, I could probably take Rig Hecarim. It would probably be Crisis, to be honest. Could he take it? I don't know.
Probably
I don't know about that, but I certainly believe in his belief in himself. So we shall see if we get that matchup down the line. And of course, one of the most potent parts of the last Fiora was the impossibility to ban it seems. So if we have another of those on our hands, we might see a little bit more of the Hecarim, and I would certainly not be upset if we did. But thank you everyone for watching. That's going to wrap us up here for today at the Four Nations. Thank you so much everyone for watching. It's been a wonderful 4 games. We hope you have a good rest of your night, and we will see you back on Monday as the season continues. Have a good one, and we'll see you then.